Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy Wednesday. I believe today is Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. April 2nd. Yes, Wednesday, April 2nd. Happy Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining in today. I would like to say you tuned to the Madam President Morning Show. I hope that you all can see me on Instagram because I do this on StreamYard, so I don't have the interface where I can always see Instagram, but I am live on Instagram as well. If you're not following me on Instagram, you should be following me on Instagram. I am one Madam President with the Z, 100% politically incorrect. I saw a couple videos that really sparked my attention recently, so you already know I had to bring it to my people. Before I go a step further, I want to play my theme song. All right, we have to get that going. I should have started that a little bit earlier. The first thing I would like to say is, well, before I go any further, let me say a really quick prayer. Heavenly Father, thank you so much for waking us up on this Wednesday. We really appreciate you for considering us to be a part of this world. Thank you so much for allowing us to see this Wednesday every need that we have, dear God. I just ask that you take a personal interest into the needs of the people. We love you. We appreciate you. We need your divine protection. We need your divine peace. In your name we pray. Amen. All right. You already know we can't go any further without, of course, asking the Creator for his grace, thanking him for his grace, etc. So I would like to talk about what I recently saw with Kanye West. Don't forget to let me know where you're from. What's up, Deborah? Good to see you on this Wednesday. I don't think I saw you yesterday. So thank you so much for typing in and just saying good morning. Good to see you. Happy Wednesday. I would like to say that I recently saw this thing with Kanye West. Now, Kanye West, in pure Kanye West fashion, is always doing Kanye West stuff. That means that Kanye West is consistently doing what a person would say, don't do that, man. In fact, Kanye West just really, I told you, I'm not in animation, but I'm a creative person. So I wrote this skit one time when Kanye West went on a rant. I literally took a skit where I just basically started writing out the depression that Kanye West phone feels every time he grabs it. Like the phone just starts going in like complete distress. Like not this again. He's about to wear me out. But anyways, recently Kanye West had an entire conversation with the streamer Academics. And I will not get into all of the conversation, but I will get into some of the conversation that really sparked my interest when Kanye West was discussing his moment with Jim Jones. I want you to listen to this carefully because what Kanye West is saying in this moment, he says that Jim Jones, basically, he was working with Jim Jones in some form of capacity for a meeting. Now, supposedly, Jim Jones had someone interested in talking and speaking with Kanye West in some form of cryptocurrency conversation or deal. Now, in the deal of the cryptocurrency, it was clear that Jim Jones was going to receive some form of compensation. Kanye West said the meeting was $2 million. Jim Jones was going to receive a percentage of that. Now, I believe that according to what Kanye West was saying, the purpose of meeting with Jim Jones, or they were going to do some kind of apparel connection. I believe in the world of hip hop, people may like the way Jim Jones dressed. I don't know. But here's what I will say. Kanye West said that he had summoned Jim Jones to get all of the designers, all of the street designers in New York, bring the street designers artwork, the samples, whatever they have, send it to me. Kanye West, obviously, Kanye West, when he's not shocking the world with his outrageous behavior. He's also creating gym shoes. He's creating t-shirts. He's an artist. He's an artist in the aspect of he is a person who has a creative brain. When it comes to music, sound, he has artistry there. When it comes to clothes, you know, he has an interest. First of all, I'm from Chicago. As a person who is from Chicago, born and raised, I'm gonna tell you just like this: we ain't no salad, but we can dress. Okay, Chicagoans have this flair of style as well as this flair of interest in style. Now, I gotta know where it came from, but we have a lot of culture in Chicago that's designated to looking good, fly shit, you know. Detroit as well. I came from like Detroit, not the same as Chicago, but you go to Detroit and it's the wintertime, baby. You gonna see some mink coats, mink hats. There is no modesty. Do you hear me? People are not walking around in major cities and just being modest. Show that ass out. That's what's gonna happen. I hate to break it down to you like this because I know y'all be wanting me to have my white supremacy conversation, but I'm just going to be very Chicagoan and say, "What up, Joe?" And also say, "Damn, that's fresh. That's hot." Because that's what it is. All right. What I would like for you to see is Kanye West is going to tell you really quickly what he told academics about Jim Jones. But here's where it gets juicy, all right? I'm going to tell you where it gets juicy. And this is one of the reasons I want you to see this video is because I want to show you how people do. No matter, see, sometimes y'all be falling out about $200. Sometimes you fall out about $2,500. I want to tell you that character don't stop at $2 million. This is always going to be my point. I'm trying to grind that thing so you can be a real millionaire, not just in currency, but in character. That's why I find these stories and I want you to see it. All right, you know my motto, don't take my word for it. I'm going to share it with you right here, right now. Don't forget, I'm Madam President with a Z. This is the Fly Nubian Money Network. This is where you go when you want to get your money up and your mind up. Take a look at this. If you can see it.
Jim Jones wants me to meet with Mr. Pink to make $2 million off a crypto coin. Next Tarantino film, right? So then I found out before the second meeting that he was going to make this money. So.
Did he tell you?
No, he said that he's going to get a percentage. He didn't tell me what it was, and he ain't say he's going to give me a piece of it either. When I found out that he was getting the money, I was like, how much money is it? Yeah, I'm going to take that meeting for you to get the money. But I got to sit there. What are you going to? Like, I wasn't like, oh, nigga didn't tell me I'm not going to. I still took the meeting, and the nigga still got the money, right?
So he got paid $2 million.
Yes.
For you taking the meeting.
For me taking the meeting. My issue with Jim was we working on clothes. And I said, look, send me a PDF. For anybody who doesn't know, it's like a group of pictures in a folder that you send to the iPhone. You could do like 300 pictures, 10 pictures on it, 10 pages. I said, send me a PDF of all the ideas, all the young niggas you know in New York. Let me see all of this shit right now. Let the king see everything that's happening, right? This man tells me, I don't know how to make a PDF. That was way more disrespectful to me than a nigga figuring out how to get the $2 million. Do you understand why? Because this shit to my face, nigga. You gonna lie to me about a fucking PDF, you fat ass nigga? After I sat and took the meeting for you, you took the money and I ain't even asked your broke ass for a percentage?
Maybe he didn't know how to do it.
Do you think one of his young niggas knew how to do it?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think that he could have figured it out after that nigga made $2 million?
Definitely.
Next subject.
All right, so let's just get to the meat and potatoes. Number one, what the hell is Kanye West wearing? Kanye West is making these astronomical appearances. You know, every time it gets more and more extreme. 1 minute he's covering his head doing interviews. the next minute he's in a black KKK uniform. I am not surprised. I'm not shocked. But I want to deal with what he said about Jim Jones. If you want to hear what I'm about to say about Jim Jones, please put Jim Jones in the chat. Put Jim Jones in the chat because I want you to hear what I have to say about Jim Jones. Just put Jim Jones in the chat. Just Jim Jones the hell out of me right now. Jim Jones the hell out of me. Okay? Jim Jones the hell out of me. Jim Jones the hell out of me. Okay, good. Jim Jones me, please. This is the example of niggatry. Jim Jones, this is the example of nigga shit. The man said, I am your source for a meeting. You want me to take a meeting for you so that you can have money. I'm going to take the meeting for you. I'm going to do it. In return, give me exactly what I'm asking for. Give me what I'm asking for. Jim Jones told the man, I don't know how to do a PDF. Huh? What? I get it. If I asked my grandfather, who was born in 1940, he would not know how to do a PDF because he would say, what the hell are you talking about? The paper, da, 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 da. My grandfather do not know how to do a PDF. But a grown-up like Jim Jones, who's having a meeting that is a $2 million deal. You hear me? This is that poor mentality. This is what poor people do. Poor people always fuck up a good thing because poor people do not know the value of things. $2 million. And here's what I also know. I don't know Jim Jones personally, but I've seen him on different I've seen him on different podcasts. I've seen him on the TV show. And we may not be dealing with an extremely intellectual man, and that's fine. But I want to deal with the facts that this is a person who sits around and do music, the deal side of music. So you got enough sense to bring two people together so that you can get a percentage of the deal, but you don't know how to keep the cow. You know how to milk it one time, but you don't know how to keep it. This is what bothers me, what we don't understand about poverty. This is how a lot of folks stay in poverty. A lot of people stay in poverty because you refuse to enlighten yourself. You refuse to educate yourself. You have on your phone so many resources. You want to figure out how to do something, you can Google it. You can ask Siri. You can ask Alexa. You can ask a child, hey, turn this piece of thing to a PDF. In fact, speaking about my grandfather is an old man. When he gets something and he don't know how to do it, he call his grandchildren, hey, look, I need to figure out how to do this. Do it for me. And this is what bothers me about what's happening culturally with the people is that y'all think that you don't deserve the $2 million deal. I know for a fact, everybody that's listening to this live, if they were in a position like Jim Jones to have a deal to get a percentage off a $2 million conversation, you would have never, ever told somebody that you can do something as minor as make a PDF. You would have never let that be the reason that you don't never talk to a person again on a professional level that just got you $2 million. Dumb. Come on now. Like, the thing is, we can't keep making excuses for this, but this is what I want you to know about relationships. You got people that will get you in a room with your $2 million deal that you're going to mess up with. but you got somebody that is going to dog you out and take $2 million from you, you're going to find out every way possible to stay in their good graces. You're going to find out every way possible to keep showing up for them, and they ain't going to never bring you no goods behind it. Now, here's the thing. Some people may feel like, he doesn't have to know how to do X, Y, and Z. But this is the thing. Some of you all are professionals. Everybody on here, you ain't no rapper. You're a professional. You go to work. Even if you don't even have a job where you got to dress up and all of that, you're a professional. You consistently deal with people on a daily basis. You consistently deal with conflict resolution. You consistently deal with communication with other people, other cultures. You are a professional. Even if you are a garbage man, you are a professional. Even if you are a custodian, you are a professional. You have a job. You do your job every single day. And there's a lot of thinking. I have an assistant. My assistant asks me some things. I say, hey, go figure it out. Go ask somebody. Go figure it out. I say that sometimes because you do what is required and necessary to know, to be informed. Some things I'm not okay with not knowing, even because it's for my own benefit. All right, another thing is somebody put in the chat, let's not ruin relationships. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. Kanye West is pissed everybody off, and he is pissed off at everybody too. This may be the side of the story that he's sharing that gets the gist of why he decided that, he doesn't want to deal with Jim Jones. He says that the man didn't want to send him a PDF after he does a meeting that gets him, for $2 million, gets him what he wants out of the meeting. He asks for something in return. And somebody said in the chat very clearly that makes a lot of sense. For $2 million, I would have figured it out. That's exactly what Kanye West is saying. For $2 million, but let me just tell you something. You can't get far with broke-minded people. You a man, you dating a woman, all she want to do is take your money, don't ever want to do anything to put anything back into that pot. I ain't saying she got to give you money, but hey, she'll never want to lessen the load, lighten the load for you. That's somebody who's not going to, she's taking more than you're getting in return. Same for you. You're a woman. You date somebody that's constantly taking from you, that does not replenish. This is what happens when you're dealing with impoverished people. Don't know the value of things. Don't know the value of having access to a person that can bring you $2 million on a Saturday night. That's impoverished mindset. So that's my point. All right. Another good thing that's happening, I want to let you know that this is the Madam President Morning Show. I do this every single weekday, Monday through Friday, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I appreciate you all being with me because you can be anywhere in the world. I saw another thing that happened recently. I don't know if you remember the show A Different World. If you remember A Different World, please put it in the chat. Just put A Different World in the chat if you remember A Different World. A Different World. I think most of you all remember A Different World. I mean, come on now. It was one of the most popular shows on TV in the 90s. If you remember A Different World, can you put it in the chat? Put A Different World in the chat. I'm just background noise today. Thank you so much. I got one person that hear me on Instagram. All right. So what I will say, as well as some folks over here, thank you, Alexis. Thank you, HT Media. Thank you, Mashari. I really appreciate it. All right. I would like to say that A Different World. Now, you guys may not like my take on this, but I'm Madam President and I am 100% politically incorrect. So I'm going to share you a little bit of my perspective on A Different World. All right. If you can see it, let me know. Say A Different World in the chat. Netflix has ordered a pilot for a sequel to A Different World following the daughter of Whitley Gilbert and Dwayne Wayne as she navigates life at an HBCU. The show, led by showrunner Felicia Pry and executive producer Debbie Allen, marks only the second time Netflix has greenlit a traditional pilot. Filming is set for June in Atlanta, though casting details remain undisclosed. All right, so I'm going to tell you as a person, I'm glad I tried hard to say your name right. I'm going to tell you as a person who enjoys TV and film, as a person who enjoys Black cinema, I want to say that sequels are very hard. And the reason that sequels are hard is because, think about this. When we watched A Different World, what lens were we watching it with? And are we the same people that took an interest? I believe that what we saw during that time, it's not the same desire to see it now. Let me tell you something, what is happening. I told you this, and I mean this wholeheartedly. Hollywood is very lazy as it relates to new content. Hollywood is looking for a ready-made, already has a following kind of system. So if you're not a bigwig who already has a following that could probably make a movie for a little bit of money to get a big return, then Hollywood really ain't checking for your content. But here's one of the challenges that I basically see in this particular content, and that is A Different World. I don't think we're the same demographic as we were during that time. Now, to be honest, A Different World, we liked it, but it was for our parents and aunties. So we were a little younger watching it, but we didn't fully understand the characters until we got a little older. But Whitley and Dwayne, our parents was probably looking at A Different World, having a much better experience than we were because we were younger. But now that we are here, as a person who went to a HBCU, as a person who knows a lot of logline stories regarding HBCUs, All American just did an HBCU version or a college version. I just don't know if this is going to stick. I want to be the first to say that I was not in favor of Coming to America having a remake. Leave it alone. I like classics to stay classics. The other side is creatively, it gets it's a little lazy to take characters that one person developed and then you develop characters off of them. You know, it kind of feels like, no, you have to create your own characters. And I guess this isn't the segment for this because this is my creative side jumping in. This is the writer side. This is the side that, they will teach you that you create your own characters in film. So with that being said, I'm going to check it out because I do love Black people on screen. And in fact, I don't care if you get a Black people on TV every single day, it's still not enough. We still have a deficit in Black cinema. That's that. Speaking of Blackness, I want to share this story with a woman. She went to the doctor recently and they completely butchered not just the spelling of her name.
How could that be a mistake?
Take a look at this.
Sample.
Oh my God, I'm sorry.
Can you understand as a Black woman why I would have a problem with that?
Yeah, I can double check who.
How could that be a mistake? Because this King, that's my last name, right? Comma would be my first name, correct?
Yeah.
How do you misspell Kiera as Kong? That's insane.
Yeah, I can double check who did that. I'm honestly not sure who printed that.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Previously, we've never had any sort of issue like that. I understand where you're coming from.
I'm on fire. I'm on fire right now. That's unacceptable. And even if it is a typo, which like if they want to pull that and say that that's what it was, how? Seriously?
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure how that happened.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So are you able to like go in and see like who did it, what? Because that in my chart. How does that happen?
Let me no, like that's not anywhere in the chart. I do see your name is listed here as King, which let me see.
Right. Like that's like reportable. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like
yeah, I'm so sorry about that. Let me just try to get more information. Okay? I do apologize. Again, it wasn't me who like printed that label.
I understand.
I'm not sure how it happened.
I understand. I cannot walk out of this office without raising that.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Up as a concern, because what do you mean? That's a Black woman comes into, right,
Mm-hmm.
doctor's office, receive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right, so I want to talk to you really quickly about the dangers of having a person mistake your name for the name of a fictitious gorilla. The dangers of it is that now I'm inhumane, and what is associated to the rates of Black women dying when they're giving birth, or Black women going into hospitals and not receiving the medical attention that is required, is when you have the tendency to think that I'm inhumane, then you have the tendency to underserve me every single time. Now, most people say that most people say that the healthcare industry to Black women is what the judicial system is to Black men. But in reality, I just really would like for you all to understand that there is never a time in history that a white woman can be mistaken for King Kong. Never in time historically, a white woman cannot be mistaken for King Kong. So the thing is, we get to be humiliated, disrespected, and animalistic. This is why I don't like the barbaric behavior of, us fighting on camera, us fighting for TV, us fighting for Zeus Network, us fighting for the housewives, throwing glasses at each other, because we continue to perpetuate the idea that we can't behave, that we're animals, and that's not true. That's not true. Not now or ever has it been true. So my thing is, she basically handled the situation very professionally by saying, hey, look, you all did this wrong. It's not right. It's not my name. I came here for service. And, all of a sudden you guys are not just misspelling my name, associating with my name with the gorilla. Huh? And the young lady, only thing she has to do is apologize. Now, if I slap the shit out you like the gorilla you think I am, I will be the one. I'm the bad guy. That's why I don't like playing these games with folks. Because what I realize too, as a person who does social media content, something that I realize very frequently is that people will at you, right? Have aggression towards you under the contingency that you are not going to reply in that same aggression. It's kind of like somebody, this is one I told you all, who know me and follow me, I will tell you this, I don't like fighting. I don't like physical altercations because I don't like being hit. I don't want nobody hitting me. So I don't go around slapping folks. I don't go around hitting people because I don't want to be hit back. It's real easy to be slapping people, letting, licks land on folks. But when that thing got to come and start hitting you in your cheeks, now you sore. You don't know. I'm not that. So know what you are. But my thing is, you call me King Kong in the office, but when I start acting like King Kong, y'all gonna think I'm the crazy one. This is one of the reasons that a lot of old school people. Did you ever see the series with Chris Rock? I'm not a big Chris Rock fan, but Chris Rock had a series and he started talking about when his mother was growing up and, she was a middle-aged woman taking care of them. It was segregation. So the mother would have to, we didn't have any Black dentists in her neighborhood. So she would have to go to a vet's office. She went to the veterinarian office to have her teeth pulled. Do you hear me? She went to the veterinarians, or she went to the place where they take care of animals to have her teeth pulled. Like, no, play. This is why I am who I am in the essence that I am, because I don't want to play games. I am not here to be the whole of America. I'm not here to be all these ridiculous things. No, you are not going to have me going to the vet when it's time for dental care. You're not going to have me labeled as King Kong unless you want me to go gorilla on your ass. That's how it works. Period. Let these folks keep playing with you. I won't. I'm just going to let you know that. Let them keep playing with you. I don't recommend it. This is why I don't fraternize. This is one of the reasons. I'm going to share this really quickly before I go off. I'm leaving for the day, and I just want to say this really quickly. When we were younger, remember there were like old school people who didn't play with us? Remember when we were younger, it was like folks, we were like, oh, hell no, she mean. I don't want to go to her house. I don't like him. You remember you were younger, and that would be a teacher. You'd be like, hell no, Mrs. So-and-so, she mean. That's because they didn't play with people. They didn't sit around laughing with people. They kept that straight face. And the reason they kept that straight face, and the reason they didn't go playing with folks all the time, just in case you got out of line and you can't handle me playing with you, you can't handle me being nice to you. Because if you put King Kong on my paperwork, I am going to go gorilla on your ass. You have got to understand that. But then you're going to call the police. And you're going to say that it's me who has the problem. When it was you all along. It was you all along. All right, guys. I'm Madam President with a Z. I'm 100% politically incorrect. I do this weekly. I appreciate you. Greetings, Team Bernard. I appreciate you as well. I appreciate you, Curry, so much. I appreciate you. In fact, you guys, you all should have my book. Sign up for Madam President. Sign up at madampresident.com. That is where you will find a lot of my content when I'm going live, when I'm not. Also, too, you should follow me on all social media platforms. I am one Madam President everywhere. Remember, I want you to beat this system. I don't want you to let this system beat you. This is why I do what I do. I say what I say. And another reason that I say what I say and I talk how I talk is because let me tell you something that I've learned. People will make you be silent and still not bring you in on the deal. People will tell you to do this, go right, go left, and still stab you in the back. You have got to have essence in the higher power, a belief system beyond yourself. You cannot put all of your faith into man. Man has been the greatest disappointment to even God. So yes, people are going to disappoint you. Yes, it's human nature. So all that to say that I appreciate you being with me today. Matters of the Heart is my book. I do a course on surviving, navigating corporate work stress every Saturday, 10 a.m. Feel free to sign up, and I will see you all tomorrow, 9:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a good day.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today's conversation is going to touch some nerves, but it might also open up a few hearts. You ever grow up hearing one version of the story about your parents? One man recently went viral saying we all need to go sit down and hear our daddy's side, because sometimes the absent father wasn't absent by choice. So today we're asking the tough questions. What really happened? Was it bitterness, broken court systems, financial struggle, or family sabotage? Let's unpack the pain, the silence, and the healing that comes when the full truth finally comes to light. So joining me in this important conversation are me, Dr. Charm, Felice, Noma, and Dr. Joe, and of course you, our audience. And so now we have our Dear Queen segment reveal. A few years ago, I co-signed on a Honda for a friend to help them get a better interest rate. Fast forward, once their credit improved, they wanted a Benz. But when they tried to trade in the Honda, they found out they had $10,000 in negative equity. Instead of paying it off, they let the Honda get repossessed after they secured the Benz. Now my credit is taking a hit. They're acting like it's my responsibility to deal with it, but I didn't sign up for that. I helped out as a friend, and now they're moving like it's no big deal. It feels like they don't care how this is messing me up financially. What would you do?
The Bible says that you should never, ever, ever, ever co-sign for nobody. Let me tell you something. My son was trying to get I bought that boy 2 cars. Senior year, and I bought him another car his senior year in high school, freshman year in college. They both, the last one got into an accident, and so he was trying to get a car with a car note, and he begged me every which way, and I love my baby boy. I will die for my kids, but I will never, ever, ever co-sign for nobody. My parents taught me that a long time ago. What about y'all? Would you co-sign for somebody, Dr. Charm?
No, I would not. Only my daughter, but not any other family members, because, we don't know what they're going to do. If you do co-sign, you have to be prepared to assume complete financial responsibility for that item. Now, if you have the means to do that and the ability, the means, then yes, go ahead and do it. But if you know that, if they did not honor their end of the bargain and you would be stuck with it and it's not affordable to you, then obviously no, that's poor financial decision making.
What about you, Noma?
Okay, so yeah, I would go with, I also know not to co-sign for anybody under any circumstances. But given the problem at hand, because it sounds like she already did it and it's already done, I would take the loss, but that person would be dead to me.
What about you, Dr. Felice?
I did have to co-sign for my daughter, and it was around the time when they was in college where they started making the parents get on some of their student loans, and it really pissed me off. So I had to co-sign on that because I had already paid my dues, and now I was having to get on another loan again with my daughter. So when she got into the workforce and she had made, she was responsible enough, I had her redo it and take me off of it. And so that way,
so you did it for your daughter.
So I did do it for a daughter, but then I got off of it so that, just in case anything happened, I wouldn't be necessarily responsible going forward after that.
So you wouldn't do it for nobody else? That's the only person you would co-sign for?
Maybe my mother.
Yeah.
My mom would do, because my mom's responsible. So she would. Good. Yeah, that's it.
My mom and my dad are responsible, but I wouldn't co-sign for them. So they're going to have to figure it out because they're the ones that taught me that the Bible says you ain't supposed to co-sign for nobody. What about you, Joe?
If I had it, I'd do it. But that's only if I do it because, that's the only way I do it because like Norma said, it's done and already. So you got to take the L. So if I'm not prepared to take the L, then I'm not going to do it. But yeah, got it. Whatever.
You know what? I forgot. I kind of did. I didn't co-sign because I bought a Range Rover when I came out here and I hated it and I gave it to my daughter and the loan is still in my name, but she's responsible for it. So I'm kind of like the co-signer because if she don't pay it, then I got to pay it.
You hate a Range Rover? You hate a Range Rover?
Yeah, it wasn't. I bought it sight unseen and it was the wrong color and I just didn't like it. So I was just like, ugh, and I couldn't. And let me tell you this, and then we're gonna move on. When I moved out here, my Tesla was getting shipped out here, and CarMax gives you 30 days to take a car back. And I had just sitting here before I moved here. It was sitting here in my driveway, and I was getting ready to take it back. Went to the car wash to get it clean, take it back to CarMax. I was getting ready to get on the freeway, got into an accident. Boom, stuck. I'm sitting on the side of the road crying. Police come. And I'm just coming from the gym. Police, I'm over here crying. He's like, hey, can I get your number? I was like, welcome to the DMV. Welcome to the DMV. Anyway, so let's go ahead and talk about the topic at hand. Yo, daddy, was he really absent? And I know a lot of times that there is a situation where you do have absentee fathers. And then there's another situation where they just don't want to deal with the mama. And then the kids end up having to suffer. But let's look at this video and let's discuss it.
Be real, bro. As a man, bro, I advise you, bro, go hear your dad's side of the story. I'm not saying he couldn't be fucked up. I'm not saying he couldn't have left you for no reason. I'm not saying that he couldn't have been a bad person. He couldn't have made a mistake, none of that. But I advise you, just go hear his side of the story and decide from there. Because I ain't gonna lie, I hear this happen so often. And like, it kind of fucked me up every time I'm hearing it because it's like, it's fucked up. But it'll be a dude, he want to be in his kid life. Like, he want to be an active father. You got a baby mom for whatever reason. Maybe she petty about the new girl, trying to teach him a lesson, trying to use it as an opportunity to get more money. Or she could just be a bad person and she kind of used the kid as leverage against the dude, trying to control him, and he got to say and do everything she want, or she gonna take the kid away from him. And I get what y'all saying. Go to court, go to court, go to court. Go look at the percentages on that. And a lot of dudes, it's not even that they don't want to pay child support. They just don't want to give her the money. They don't mind spending a bag on their kids. They just don't want to give you the money. All I'm saying, it's a lot of dudes out there. If you was to go sit down, and I'm talking about have a good conversation with your pops, bro, you wouldn't even be mad at bro no more.
You think that's the case? So have you seen that in your practice, Felice?
So I don't necessarily see it in my practice, but I've seen it where, some women do use their children as leverage. And because they're hurting, because they feel the rejection and the abandonment, they use those children against their dad and don't realize what it means for the children. Forget the father, what it means for the children not to have their father in their lives. And, I shared last time that I had to do it, not because I was using my daughter as leverage, was because her father was so inconsistent and his visits with her were so few and far between. I didn't necessarily want that modeling for her, that it was okay for a man to make a promise to you and not come through, that it was okay for him to be inconsistent in her life and not show up in ways that would help her to mature into a proper woman and what she needed to see her view in relationship to men. And so it does happen, and there's reasons, but for the leverage, I can't get down with that.
So how'd that work out with your daughter, though? How does she feel about you keeping her dad away from her because of his inconsistencies?
So what I had to do was I had to keep her surrounded around other positive role models that would pour into her life and be there for her. Now, it was very hurtful for the both of us, because at certain times I would try and see if he was changed, and he wasn't. He had enough children in his life for us to see that he was not a changed individual. So, but at 18, one of her sisters did reintroduce her to her father, and she was able, great relationship with him, but she was able to truly see who he was. And my daughter thanked me. She was like, I get it. I get why you had to do what you had to do, because he was still, and to this day, he's still pretty much the same person, unfortunately. And so it was tough, but she got through it.
But how did he feel about you keeping him from her?
Okay, so when a man loves his child and he's doing right, nothing, no hell, no high water can keep a woman. No woman can keep that man from that child. Mm. He never ran after her. He never chased her. You walking with me? Mm-hmm. He never did those things to show that he wanted to have a different type of relationship with her. And so when a man really loves his child, he chases that child. Mm-hmm. And that child kind of knows, oh, dang, daddy not giving up. Like, he's still fighting. He's still trying to see me. He's still trying to call me. So that didn't happen. No.
Interesting. All right. Well, we're going to talk more about it when we get back from the break.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
So, all right. Know to grow. So, Joe, in your practice, have you seen where men are keeping or women are keeping their children away from their fathers?
100%. I just talked to a brother last week that was super upset about the fact that he felt like he's a present father. He does all the things that financially that the baby needs, but the woman dragged him into court, and he got a really exacerbated child support, and also there's limitations on how much he can see his son and how present he can be in that regard. So he was super angry, and I've seen it a bunch of different ways. So that's just one example, but it's a common occurrence from what I can tell. So yeah.
Wow. Now I understand that, what I don't understand is how two people, because for me, like, he's the 50% the father, I'm 50% the mother. How can you have control over what that child? That just doesn't, for me, it doesn't make logical sense how one can, unless they are unfit, unless they're abusive. Dr. Charm, have you seen, and I'm going to ask you guys too, in the audience, in the chat, have you guys seen, women keeping their child from the men and after asking the father, what's going on, or having a conversation with the father, it kind of healed those kids. One of the things I used to always hear my mom saying is she used to say, them kids, like my cousin would keep her kids from their daddies. And she would always say, they're going to resent her when they grow up and they finally get a chance to really be with their dad, because a lot of times you do have these women that are bitter, that are keeping their kids from their father. But what do you think, Dr. Charm?
Well, I actually have a very good friend. His name is Omar Johnson, and he did a documentary called In Search of Damien O. And it discusses parental alienation. So he's from Chicago, documentary filmmaker, had a son with a white woman. He's Black. And this was in the 80s. And because she was white and she had white privilege and they didn't want to, they had some strife and they ended up not being together, she took his son and fled to another state. He talks about this in the documentary. Documentary came out last year, won a lot of awards at film festivals. But she took the son, took him to Michigan, took him to Colorado. And all this time, Omar was fighting in court, has stacks and stacks of court documents. But she did parental alienation, which is where you turn one parent against the other by subterfuge, lies, whatever. And so they ended up in California, and his son all that time did not think that his father wanted to be with him. Omar fought, but he was having to fly different places and pay for lawyers, and he lost his job. And so he couldn't continue to fight anymore in court, because at one point he had gotten some custody, but then she came back again. And because she was a white woman, she had this privilege. And so he did the documentary. Documentary came out last year, but he sent his son a copy of it during the kind of the pandemic, like 2020. And all this time, his son thought that he didn't want him, but he had literal proof in the documentary, the paperwork. And as a result, now the son does not speak to the mother, and he has a great relationship with his father. So it was full circle. But watching it, for me, having an absent father who did not want to be in my life was so painful, because I see this man that was really wanting to be with his son, and God's grace, they are enjoying a good relationship now.
Wow. That's amazing. That's interesting. So it's called, I forgot, parental alienation is what that is. Yeah. Thank you for that. What about you, Noma? Have you, because I know that you are all about what is it? What's your title?
Marriage, motherhood, and money making.
Marriage, motherhood, and money making. So is this foreign to you? Like, what do you think about this?
Well, you meet different people with different situations, and I've definitely seen people who split and then the father was kept from the child, or sometimes the father just couldn't be bothered with the child. But either way, I still think that even when the father is not fully what the mother thinks he should be, she should do everything she can to allow access.
Yeah.
Because if there is something wrong with the father, his character or whatever, as long as he's not going to physically harm his child, and most fathers won't. Even men who beat their wives or beat their girlfriends are really not likely to hurt their own children. Or at least they really, statistically, they just don't. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying they won't or they can't. And my opinion is that they should be given access. If there is something, a character flaw with the father, let the child find that truth out for themselves. And because the thing is, that is what it is. It's the truth. That's who their father is. That's their destiny. That's the father they got.
That's
and there's no other. Yeah. So then the other thing is, if the mother then, gets remarried or whatever, there do have to be some, parameters with the stepfather, the conditions. He can't just come barging into the new family without letting them know or whatever. So you do have to kind of get that arranged. But by all means, I feel like children should have full access to their fathers, and fathers should have full access to their children.
For sure.
Yeah.
So everyone, did you guys grow up with a mother and a father in the home?
Yes.
I didn't.
You didn't? What about you, Joe?
I did not.
So for you guys who did not, did you hear like from your mom's side of the story? I know for me, my parents got separated when I was 14, but they were always very back and forth. One thing my parents were really good about, which I wanted for my children, my parents, even when they didn't speak, they always spoke highly of each other. So my dad, even though my mom was a hell-raising hellion at times, my dad would be like, your mama. she has a good heart, you know. And so then my mom would always say great things about my dad. You know, your daddy love you. So, you know, I had that, thankfully, for both of them. My dad didn't tolerate disrespect of my mom, and my mom always respected my dad. That was really cool. So I didn't have that going on in my household. But have you guys had those experiences where you had a parent that did what do you call that, parental alienation, Dr. Charn?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my father, you know, my father was absent from my life. My father was very, very educated, university professor. He did stand-up comedy and acting, a lot of things. I met my father only 5 times in my life, and I completely have his entire personality, which is so crazy. Like, genetics is amazing. But, you know, he and my mother only had sex one time. I told my dad once, you know, one of the few times that we spoke, I said, you had super sperm. So my father passed away in 2023, and rest in peace, Don Johnson, my dad. But he had mental health struggles, and looking back, it was actually in my best interest that he was not in my life, because he was bipolar and he didn't get it treated. We had some fleeting moments where we did talk and things. And when I was about 19 years old, we kind of reconnected, because I would always reach out. I was always the one call in. I'd come by the house, you know, because we have a family home in Houston. And it was very, very painful. I mean, I've been in therapy for a very long time dealing with this and coming to terms with it. But I do remember that when I first, you know, started reaching out to him and ended up connecting with his side of the family. So I always had a good relationship with his side of the family and his brother, but not him. And looking at the mental health, and we broke it down, he just said, you know, because my mother had dealt with sexual abuse, she didn't trust sending her daughter off with a man that she'd only had sex with once. So then that played into it. He didn't know she had been abused. And we had this whole conversation. But at the end of the day, he still failed to, as an adult, I reached out, and he failed to have to accept the opportunity to be in my life. And so that was on him and my brother. My brother's a lawyer. My cousin's like, Don had a doctor and a lawyer. The absent father got a doctor and a lawyer. Wow. That he wasn't involved in. But at the end of the day, the healing thing for me is my daughter and her father have enjoyed a very close relationship. And I had a hand in that, because when I got pregnant at 25, I was about to graduate college. They had to help me on the stage. I was 9 months pregnant. My daughter's father got sent off to Afghanistan. We didn't really know each other that long. And when he came back, you know, he is Haitian, and he was an orphan, and he was raised by white people. So he had already had trauma with that. And he started kind of doing some things like not showing up on time, not doing this, not coming by. And so I took him to court, and it was more because he was paying child support, but it was more to force him to be a father. And me taking him to court forced him to be a father, because he didn't want to have to pay all this exorbitant child support. So he wanted joint custody. And it was a great thing that I did, taking him to court, because now they're closer than she and I are. She's a daddy's girl. And it was healing for me to do that, so that I didn't repeat the generational curse.
So with your dad being estranged, did your mom keep you from him, or did your mom have her side of the story as per se?
She always disparaged him. She didn't talk about him that much, but her attitude was, if he didn't want to be there, because that was before people started taking folks to court and everything. And my great aunt Katie, rest in peace. My Aunt Katie ain't take no shit off of nobody, because I grew up. My great grandmother and my aunt was in one house, and we're in the house next door. And she said, you need to take that Negro to court. You know, my mom was like, I don't want to take anybody to court. They don't want to be there for their kids. She's a single mom, and she worked hard. She worked as a medical transcriptionist in a hospital. And so he never contributed, never did anything. And she kind of, she disparaged him a little bit, not that much, but whenever she would talk about him, you knew it wasn't anything good. She never tried to keep me from him, as far as like, you can't go over there. But it was, for him, it was like, well, I had this reaction when I did express trying to have a relationship. And because it was so inordinate, he didn't know she had been abused. He got turned off, and then just was like, well, I don't want to have anything to do with it. That was his excuse for me. But my brother, they had more of a relationship. But then when it got time to start paying for college and paying for things, then that's when he stopped being around my brother. So at the end of the day, my father was irresponsible and an absent father, though a brilliant man. And, I'm coming to terms with that. I love my father. Me being a psychic medium, I could, we connect. I have dreams about him. He gave me a very beautiful message on Saturday. He doesn't hang around a lot, but when he comes, he was giving me some very healing messages. And I had a psychic tell me years ago, she said, you're not going to have a relationship with your father. You all will meet in the hereafter. But with that, my father has passed. We're actually closer now because I am a psychic medium and I can receive messages from him. We're closer now than we were when he was in life. And I'm grateful for that.
That is deep. Wow. Fascinating. I can talk all day about that. That's interesting. All right. So, but we got to go to break, girl. We got to go to break. You didn't talk us all the way to break.
I know. You're busy. You got things to do. And you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
So listen, interesting. I do want to ask y'all though, for before we go to the stats, because we have some stats on this very topic. I want to ask you, for those who did not grow up with your mother and father in the home, did you guys grow up hearing only your mother's side of the story? For you, Joe, did you grow up hearing your mother's side of the story?
I didn't hear any story, honestly. My mother and father, my mother never spoke negatively about my father. She actually spoke positive, said he was the best man she ever had, honestly. But I developed my own opinions and feelings about him because he wasn't present. Over time, I got to recognize for myself that, he wasn't consistent, kind of what Felice was talking about earlier. And I developed my own feelings about it. And my mother died at 15. So here it is, my father's opportunity for me to build a relationship with him. And he died when I was 16. So I had that 1 year of really getting to know and understand. But at 15, I don't know what I need or the questions that I need to ask to fill in the holes. So I'm still left with those holes. I didn't have that conversation. I didn't get his side of the story per se, and I'm still kind of wondering what it was. So I'm saying that to say, if you have an opportunity to gain, speaking directly to the topic, your father's side of the story, if that's possible for you, I encourage you to go do it, rather than live with not knowing or understanding where he was, because he wasn't.
What about you, Dr. Felice? Did you grow up hearing only one side, your mother's side or your father's side?
So my mom and dad were married, but then they were divorced when I was young. And my father was very abusive, physically abusive towards my mother. Like I tell people in my book, that trauma was the vehicle by which I entered this world, because he beat my mother into premature labor. And so I witnessed my father physically abusing my mother, sometimes at least at one point where I thought she could have died. And so I saw that, right? So growing up, really, my mom didn't have to say too much to me, only because I had witnessed the abuse. And then with the separation and him leaving, my father thought it was really, he felt it was more important for him to really develop his relationship with my brother versus me. Though I did have a relationship with him, it wasn't consistent and it wasn't the same. I knew and felt the difference between how he interacted and engaged between me and my brother. But I can say that my father did give me my love for books. That was our connection.
Yeah.
And my father also, hindsight years later, realized that he suffered with schizophrenia. And he was also a New York City police officer. So one of the things that I noticed about my dad was nobody messed with Hightower, right? Like he was a beast on those streets. And so now that you can see with the mental health and the abuse and all that other stuff, just like with Dr. Charm, I found out later that it was probably for my best interest that he wasn't so active in my life, what that continued trauma would have looked like for me. years later. And so, but I did wind up developing a better relationship with my father years later. And my father passed away last year. And me and my brother were able to be there with him.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that even though our beginnings weren't that great, that there's reasons why people show up the way that they do in our lives, right? And we may not have full understanding, but if you keep your heart open to the possibility of reconciliation, no matter what that looks like, you still get to benefit from it. So I'm glad that I was able to develop some sort of relationship with my dad and that I was there for him.
Yeah. You know, it's you, I think because you know how to work through that because you're a therapist, to see the benefit of his absence. You know, a lot of people need to see that because they focus so much on the absence. They don't see the benefit possibly that the absence could have. Obviously, when you were talking, it reminded me of my good girlfriend. Her dad used to beat the shit out of her mom and beat them too. And when he died, that was like the best day of her life. Like still to this day, she celebrates his death. And I'm like, oh, because I know people who hated their mom, but then when they died, it's like, oh my God, I miss my mom. And she's the only person I've ever met that even post death, like still had this disdain for him, which is, you know, it's a lot of trauma that I could imagine that she had to deal with to have that kind of disdain for her father. But I do want to look at these stats about this. 70% of Black fathers who live with their children bathe, dress, diaper, or help them use the toilet every day, higher than whites or Hispanic fathers. Y'all see that? Black fathers is good fathers. Nearly 50% of Black fathers who live apart from their children still talk with them at least several times a week. Okay. The stereotype of the absent Black father is misleading. Many are active in their children's lives, regardless of marital status. Okay. And parental alienation affects more than 22 million parents in the U.S. Many are fathers separated from their children due to relationship conflict and not abandonment. That is interesting. Noma, what do you think about those stats in terms of, you know, because we do have this stigma against Black fathers that they're not active, that they're not present, that they're deadbeats. That's all rampant through our community. What do you think?
While looking at the statistics that, you know, a lot of in the Black community, a lot of the mothers are single parents, and that sometimes they're the ones who own the narrative, where they're the ones raising the children by themselves. You can understand why we can have that rhetoric of, you know, they're deadbeats and they're all that other stuff. Then the other thing that I noticed was that Black fathers were more active in like more nurturing roles. Mm-hmm. And some of that can come from the fact that you'll find that, again, in the Black community, you're going to find that women do better. They get more educated and they get better paying jobs. Okay. So that kind of relegates the dad sometimes to the parent that has more contact with the children. So that's just something I noticed. But in terms of knowing that Black fathers are absent, or rather they're present and they participate in the raising their children, I have that personal experience. Although my parents were together for 50 years until my father passed away. But even around me, I've seen parents that were not together and their fathers were doing their bit, taking their child for the weekend, paying school fees, you know, doing whatever they can do. Yeah. And oftentimes I think it's not spoken enough that when a man rejects a woman that he has a child with, he's not rejecting his child. He's Amen. Just rejecting that woman. Amen. And Amen. Sadly, they create the narrative that he rejected us, but it's not true. Sometimes he's just rejecting the mother and absolutely wants his child.
You know, one of the things that the guy said in the video I just remembered was maybe he don't want to get that money to you. She want to get the money to the kids. Like a lot of Black men had that mentality, Dr. Char.
Stupid though.
Yeah, it just really struck me. And that was the thing that I was probably more offended about. And you see this so much. And what happened is just, let's be honest and let's be real. These men are not, I'm not talking about the people who were married and got a divorce and now they're parenting their children. These men are creating broken homes. You have men that have multiple babies' mothers. You're creating a broken home because you don't want to be, you're not being judicious about who you spill your seed with. And then So you never liked the woman. It was a purely sexual relationship. And so then when the child comes of it, and I'm not saying women go get an abortion. I mean, I saw some post and the woman said, you should be able to, you can choose who you give birth to. And, I'm anti-abortion. Now I am pro-choice in the sense that you should be able to have the right to do it, but I don't believe personally in abortion. So I don't believe in just go killing your baby. So have your baby. But if you're creating a broken home, then you resent the woman. She resents you. She's jealous because you're dating, because you're not married. And then she, for the women who are unevolved, they're doing this petty shit, which is wrong. I'm going to hold them accountable. And so it is a vicious, dysfunctional cycle, and it would be resolved at least with an emphasis on marriage in our community. Now, if you get divorced, then at least you would have tried, but you're not creating a broken home. And they say, well, why blame it on the man? No, the man is the leader. Okay. The Bible talks about the man being the leader. You got to have a leader. You got to have a lieutenant. The man is the leader. Either don't pick these dysfunctional women to lay down with and not have a condom, or try to get therapy, try to do things to help heal the relationship and watch who you have a baby with.
That's what my mama
But
always
men are
said.
leaders, though, Constance.
Huh?
The men are not the leaders, though. If he's throwing around his seed everywhere, and we know that the baby is you're the one who carries it for 9 months, and if he's gone, you're the one who raises it. You're the one who I feel has ultimate responsibility and accountability. Not that they get off, but they can run away, and you can spend your life chasing them and looking for child support and trying to force them to do things that they obviously don't want. But the fact of the matter is, when you lay down with a man, the burden is more on the woman than the man.
Yeah,
for 18 years. Yeah.
It's
top of the show, right? You don't co-sign on them loans if you're not willing to take the L.
Not at all. All right, so let's go to the next video.
From my dad for 26 years. You know what kept me away from him? My mom told me that my dad said I was a mistake and kept me away from my father. Every time, this been looking for me since I was a kid.
Yeah.
He's been looking for me. I finally talked to my dad. He's a good dude. My mom told me my dad has not paid child support since I was a kid. I finally meet this. He has envelopes full of shit proof showing he's been paying child support. My mom calls me. What you doing, baby? What's going on? I'm at my dad's house. What the f*** you doing at the Didn't I say don't discuss family business? My dad bust through the door and snatched the phone. I was trying to, no. He's like, hello? Put my son back on the phone. No, it's my son too. What do you want? Put my son back on the phone. And my dad loses it. Going in on my mom. And I'm listening to my mom. All that slapping, abuse, and beating me up, choking me when I'm on the floor, beating me with belts, wrapping hangers around other hangers. My mom turned into a 2-year-old little girl when my dad started talking to her. She talked to me like my entire life. He's yelling on the phone, you mad because I left you. And I didn't want to be with you no more. And you kept my son away from me as a weapon. Whenever my mom would get pissed off by my dad or my sister's dad, she would say, we'll never see your son again if you dis.
Well, sound like she might be the common denominator, Dr. Joe. What you think?
Well, I listened to that story and I'm listening to everything we're processing here today. And my first thought is always, how often do people lay down with somebody that they, don't actually know who they are? And you have children with people where you actually don't know who they are. So I feel like we try to give people accountability on the back end and we forget about the accountability on the front end. For both sides, you know what I mean? Like, if you are laying down, like you said, like Charm said, with a woman who is dysfunction or broken down, do you know that? And if you are abandoned, so what? Like, I didn't know he was going to abandon me after we had children, but did you kind of suspect that maybe he would? Like, I just listened to that story and I'm like, we got to start taking accountability, men and women, on the front end, that we're not having conversations and we are building families and not actually building families, but bringing children into broken situations. Just more accountability on the front end.
Yeah. Folks in the chat, what do you guys, have you guys seen women like that? Because it sounded like the mom was the evil one. And like I said, my mom said that when they got grown, that they was going to end up resenting their mom because of that very reason. And the person that she was talking about did all those things, used to beat the shit out of her kids and, all these things. And so, Dr. Charm, just from a therapist perspective, what do you think? Because he said that she got like a 2-year-old child when she got on the phone with him, and she used to just beat the crap out of that poor boy. What do you think?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not a therapist, though. I have a very strong.
I'm sorry. I meant Felice, not Dr. I'm sorry. Real quick. I wanted to ask Felice from the therapy standpoint. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Y'all both right there. Sorry.
So it sounds like trauma, right? And what, seriously, y'all, and I'm not trying to reprimand anybody and I'm not trying to correct anybody, but we got to really come from a deeper space of understanding before we judge people and call them evil for their acts, right? Because hurt people. And when they don't get healed, the hurting continues. And I really believe that people don't necessarily want to go throughout their lives hurting people. But if you don't get healing, you don't have another way to survive. And so what I hear in these situations is trauma, hurt, lack of healing. And really, the hurt is really a secret cry for help. It is a secret cry for the love they think they need and are not receiving. And so that's what it shows up as. And you see it all the time with people who have behavioral issues. Like a lot of our children in schools, the first thing they want to do is suspend or whatever, instead of getting to the root. And the root is there's a lack somewhere. And so people act out in ways that are not acceptable. I'm not condoning it. I don't make excuses for stuff. I'm just saying what the root is. And so, we use our children as leverage, and it doesn't look good. It doesn't feel good. And these children pay. And so what I need to do, and I love the root. I love getting to the root. We are a sexualized society. Everything is around sex, without education, without accountability, without responsibility. And sex is a very mature act. And it's a weapon if used irresponsibly because of what there's always a possibility. You lay down, you can have sex. Even with a condom, even with contraception. I agree with Dr. Charm. Where do we get back to family? Where do we start teaching marriage? But now we got all these kids with broken homes, and we have to and we're dealing with it in our jail systems and all these different systems where it's brokenness because we don't teach family anymore. We don't teach marriage. We don't teach the responsibility around sex.
You're right. You're right. And we got to go to break. But before we do that, though, because I heard you say in the beginning, I don't want to call her evil and, hurt people. Will we have the same empathy or sympathy for a man who was beating the shit out of his kids?
So do we have the same empathy for pedophiles? Or it could go on and on and on. No, right. No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there's a reason.
Is it because she's a woman that you're giving her that empathy?
I don't know. So I'm just gonna keep it real, right? Like, I'm a girl, I'm a woman. I have very big loyalty to women, especially Black women. So I'm just gonna keep it real, and I'm not the most, unbiased individual. So if you want to, no, seriously, like I have to train myself to empathize with men, but I do want to. I want to be able to empathize with men. And so that's why I'm always seeking understanding and getting into circles where I can learn more so that I can open up my heart and my experience to them. Or automatically out the gate, I'm way more empathetic to women.
I appreciate you being honest about that, because you could have very well went the other direction. So thank you for saying that, because my first thing is thinking that she's a monster. Like, how can you? I think there's a special place in hell for people, anybody who abuses a child. For me, man or woman, and you came with an empathetic heart and ear, and I thought that was great. But will we do the same thing for these men that beat the shit out of these women or the kids? We're going to talk about it more when we come back from a break, because we got to go to break.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? we are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
So, really quick, Dr. Chan, before I go to you, Noma, because I want you to respond on that empathy thing. What do you think about this lady abusing the shit out of this kid and torturing him and his sister? So she's the common denominator to me. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I was already spiraling when she said, let's not be quick to judge. I was already spiraling, just thinking that is evil, that is vile. I was already going, and, I guess it's good to balance the conversation and have somebody who comes with an element of empathy. But yeah, that's all I was thinking, that is evil and that is vile. And again, I had already spoken about it before that young man came on, and he almost described what I was saying. Oftentimes women are responding to that sting of rejection. And they get so mean and nasty, and they do the most awful things to the children and to the father of the child. And all it is because of that big wound from being rejected from somebody that they thought that they could build a life with. And he's just not interested, and he's not interested at all.
Wow. Can you imagine just being that bitter for that long and then just carrying that with you and just
it happens.
Yeah,
it happens.
Healing is necessary. What do you think about that trauma, Dr. Charm? Hurt people.
Well, here's the thing. I told my personal story about my daughter's father being a Haitian immigrant adopted by white people. So he has a mother and father wound, but particularly a mother wound. And then I had a father wound. And so we didn't know each other very well. I mean, he's definitely a very accomplished gentleman. I saw a lot of things in him as far as, he was in school, in the military, and so he's become a very, accomplished person. But we were in our 20s, and I figured out even then, I didn't know as much as I know now, but it triggered me giving birth to my daughter. It triggered my fear and what happened in my childhood with my father being absent. And it triggered his mother wound from being left in an orphanage and, going through malnutrition. And there were children in the orphanage almost dying before he got adopted. And so that triggered wounds in both of us. And I believe that we started to act out those wounds. And so he started, not showing up when he was supposed to, being late, doing all these things. And then me going to court because he didn't want to have to pay that money. It forced him to, he was like, no, I want to have more custody of my child. So we ended up having a split week, which worked out best. I was in medical school anyway. So it was best, that he was able to take her off my hands so I could study. And so, but it was triggering for both of us. And I started getting therapy pretty much in medical school, but I worked on this man, and I'm gonna give myself the credit. I worked on this man for 10 years because we put our daughter in therapy when he'd have to go off to the military to get, be active duty because they were very close. And I put her in therapy the first time when she was 6, just so she could process him being gone. And ended up, she was in therapy like 12 years old because, these are two different homes and she's 12 and I'm all about therapy. And I remember I had to convince him, I had to work on him to put her in therapy because she decided she wanted to go live with him in Louisiana. And she and I were in Chicago. I had just moved to Chicago a year before. And the agreement was that she was supposed to resume therapy when she got down there. He wouldn't take her to therapy. Got him to finally, I worked on him, got him to take her to therapy. I found her a good Black therapist. They had some family sessions. And when I tell y'all, this man stole my daughter's therapist. They had some kind of a insurance change. And so she couldn't be on my daughter's therapist anymore. I had to find a different one. And he asked my daughter, he said, can I go see Dr. So-and-so? And she said, okay. So he started therapy, and 2 or 3 years later, he had just started therapy when she graduated high school. And he was so, his mind was just completely open. Like, oh my God, I can't believe it. Now he's telling everybody, you need to go to therapy. You need to go to therapy. So I'm going to take credit because it took me 10 years to work on this man. But it's healing. Now we are both in a state of healing. And now we have a great relationship because we had a very contentious relationship going up because he was very emotionally abusive. But now he's gotten therapy and we have a great relationship. So it's all about healing.
Yeah, and maturity too. Healing and then maturity. Somebody got to be the bigger person. Somebody got to put it all together. And hopefully you could have two people that actually will see the light, because it's not about you, it's about those children. Let's go to our last video and just discuss.
So after that, you still kept trying? Let me tell you something, son. A woman is like a child. So let me give you a scenario. A woman is like a child. Your child run away. Throw a temper tantrum, run away. You gonna stop taking care of her?
Right.
You gonna stop? You understand what I'm saying? Or you gonna stop being who you are because of how she acting at this moment?
You right.
Right. So your mama is no different. She's still a woman. Okay. So I say, you know what? She being emotional. I find out where y'all stay. I have a conversation with your mama. I pull up. I have a conversation. She tell me, F me.
She said that to you?
F me is what she said. To my face.
In your face?
To my face. F me. She taking the kids. I ain't never gonna see my kids again. And so on and so forth. I say, oh, you think I lost it, son. I lost it. Okay. And I'm not gonna make no excuses. I choked the shit out of her. I choked her. But you gotta understand, from my perspective, you took my kids.
I think you did a little too much, Dad.
Right. You took my kids, my life, and you took 16 years out of my life. I done been with you 16 years married, 26 years together. Okay? So you explain to me, what would you do in that situation? So I go to jail, whatever. She filed a divorce while I'm in jail. We ain't never been together since. So I just say, you know what? When I got home, I let it go. And sometimes that's the best thing. You understand? Sometimes that's.
I'm so confused, but okay. There was a lot going on there.
I thought he was joking.
It wasn't normal because he was married to her.
I thought it was a joke. I thought he was joking. The way he was talking sounded like he was joking.
I think it is a sketch, but there's a lot going on. What did you get out of that? Because I was confused where he was going. So
it sounded like it was his voice on both sides.
It was a sketch.
Okay.
Okay.
So I don't get. So he was saying you got to treat. Maybe Joe, did you get what he was doing?
Yeah, I get the mix of basically what we're talking about, providing empathy for certain situations. At the same time, it sounded like the person who was playing the father was taking accountability for his actions, not making excuses for the fact that he made mistakes, but giving his son, you know what I'm saying, some understanding about why him and his mother don't get along in that today. You know what I mean? Yeah, I had a bad moment. I lost control of myself. I choked your mother. I shouldn't have done that, but I did it. And when I went to jail behind this, and in jail, I manifested some bitterness. I came home and I just let it go and moved forward. And again, I shouldn't have done that, but that's what happened. So, it's for me looking at it the way I'm looking at it, the son is on the son to be like, okay, I understand. And I have to choose whether or not I want to move forward with you and have a relationship with you based off what you're telling me. Do I punish you for one or two mistakes basically you made in the duration of your life that caused whatever friction in our relationship, or do I forgive you and start building upon what we have right now? That's what I got out of that little exchange.
I got none of that. So y'all help me. Dr. Felice, what you get out of that? Because I was confused as shit.
I want to say thank you to Joe, because I totally
he decoded it, didn't he? He decoded that shit, because I was like,
he nailed that. Okay.
Yeah.
No, seriously, I went blank after a while.
Maybe it's man talk. Maybe that's man talk. I don't know.
I did like the fact though that he started off by, it was funny and silly and saying, a woman's like a kid, but he was basically saying, be the bigger person. Even if she acts up, be mature, be the bigger person.
Even if I had to choke her.
Yeah, eventually he choked her, but he was trying to say, even if she acts up or whatever, be the bigger person, be mature, be responsible, and still do what you're supposed to do, in spite of how she's acting.
Okay. So is there responsibility? Is that on? I already know what you're gonna say because you already said earlier. He's the man. He's the leader. So is the responsibility of being the mature person? Is that on the man, Dr. Charm?
I think we need to have equal parts as far as behavior. As far as talking about the leadership, I'm talking about marrying these women that you impregnate or having an intention of marriage. But as far as the trauma and the drama and the dysfunction, somebody has got to be the bigger person. So whoever it is, let them be it. And I think everybody ought to get therapy. But I dealt with a lot with my daughter's father. But at the end of the day, my baby is about to graduate college next month. And I'm so proud of her. And her father are very close. They're closer than she and I are. She's a daddy's girl. And that's because I was the bigger person. I did not let my trauma and my absent father spoil my daughter's relationship with her father. As a matter of fact, I was the one that was the proponent. When he was fucking up, I'm just like, Negro, you better get your shit together because you got a kid, and are you going to end up being like your parents did, drop you off at the orphanage? I had to get real like that, but it worked out. And you got to just be smart. You got to be smart in these situations and do the best that you can.
So it's when you have these situations like this, Felice, when you have, the people at odds, and ultimately it's the child that ends up, suffering the most. How can, if a woman is the one who kind of controls the narrative, how can she soften the blow for her children and make sure, even though you may have a toxic individual on the other side, or even for the father, right? Because in this instance, we're talking about, we only heard the mother's side. For the dad, what can he do to kind of, insulate the child at the end of the day to make them have the best situation possible?
So I think a lot of communication and a lot of listening, letting that child talk about their feelings. Therapy is key so that child has somebody who can help them to process what their perception is and have some kind of voice to it so that they can have some understanding, because they really do have developing brains. And so if someone's not talking to them and helping them to heal, they're going to create their own narrative that may not be accurate.
Yeah.
And so it is very important that these children get some therapy or that you're always sharing truth in a way that they can understand it, digest it, and process it and give some kind of voice to it, that they still feel empowered. Because as a child of divorce, I really didn't feel like I had power. I felt powerless. I felt helpless. I felt abandoned and I felt responsible, but that was because nobody was talking to me.
Yeah.
Nobody was helping me heal through what I thought I was experiencing. And so if you can just leave that door open where everybody gets to talk and communicate. Yeah. And sometimes the process seems crazy, but you got to start on the crazy end to get down to the right stuff. And so give grace to the process.
Yeah. Dr. Felice, people don't understand the value of the communication piece. Me and my daughter, all my kids have a really good relationship, but me and my daughter have a really, that's my road dog. We are besties, but I'm not one of her little friends. But one of the things that people always ask is how do you guys have a good relationship? And one thing my daughter says is just one thing: you listen to me. Mm-hmm. You listen, validate. That's it. You just listen, right? So it's not listen without judgment. Just listen. Yeah. And I think that goes a long way. Of course, the conversation is open, so the communication is open, but listening and hearing what your children have to say, because it probably even before our generation came from that old school saying children are to be seen and not heard, and invalidating, or because I'm the daddy, because I'm the mama, because I'm grown, do as I say, not as I do. And what they don't understand is they are removing them their feeling of just being when they do that. They take that away from them. And so that you just having that ear and just listening and validating, man, listen, that's everything. Let's go ahead and wrap up. Joe, give us your final thoughts on this entire topic, with hearing the daddy side and what that does, and ultimately, what we can do to save our children and make sure our children are just raised and are as healthy mentally as possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak from perspective. I'm trying to be quick, but I'm heavy right now on value of a black man. So we have to get down to a point where we're expanding our understanding and capacity of that to go beyond finance and performance to presence. And you know what I mean? So we can figure out a way to condition not only the black man, but the black community to value the black man for more than just what how he performs and what he produces, then maybe we can build healthier families. And I'm also big on the greater responsibility as black men, as black women. We have a greater responsibility to our community to, have empathy and expand our empathy, and not really, because I mean, we're building these families or creating these families in our 20s for the most part, or our early 30s. And, we can't, live our lives based on the decisions that we make in our 20s and our 30s, and then not be able to go back and have empathy and understanding for what we might have been going through during that time. So we have a greater responsibility to the community as men and women to, as men, my responsibility to send the black woman out into the world as whole and healthy as I can, which means don't break her down, don't disappoint her, don't abandon her, take care of my responsibility as a man, regardless if I want to be with that woman or not. I need that woman to be the best version of herself, because the community as a whole needs the strong black woman.
That's right.
Community as a whole needs the strong black man. So, we have a responsibility, I believe, as women, to, do what we can to not break that man down, to have conversations that don't diminish his value to, like I said, his performance, the way that he looks, and the money that he produces, and understand that his presence alone is valuable. And he may be down bad when he's creating these children or creating these situations, and he can't show up the way he needs to be, or he just doesn't know how, because he's never been taught how to be the man that he needs to be. So have empathy for that situation, and don't. I'm not telling you to take no bullshit, but I'm telling you to have empathy and understand how to walk into these situations with the kind of understanding that you need to have to know that this man probably isn't complete yet. So don't throw him away, is basically what I'm saying. Don't throw him away. So that's all I got to say. I'm heavy on that right now. I'm having these conversations. Next week on my podcast, me and Felicia are going to be having this conversation on Tuesday night. I really want y'all to join us. We're going to have kind of a nuanced conversation about, the interaction between black men and women and how we can elevate the community. So join us for that. And you can reach out to me. A lot of y'all have been doing it. I've been appreciating y'all's checking in for the least of 15-minute consults on realconsulting.com. Let's have this conversation. Let's grow. We need each other, y'all. That's all I got to say.
Good stuff. I have a really, really good friend who, before he was 18, had like 3 or 4 kids, and then found out later he had a couple more kids, and ends up he had 7 kids, had 2 twins like in his 40s. But he was just saying, he still struggles with that in his 50s, that I was not taught how to be a father, and I'm still trying to figure that piece out. And so there are a lot of brothers, to your point, Joe, is that they're still, because they weren't taught. His dad wasn't around, so they're not taught. And so even though they want to be good men or good, he's like, I don't have no male friends. I don't have a blueprint of how to be a good man and be a good father. I have no idea to tell him what to do, because I'm not a man. But therapy.
Find community, get therapy. Community of black men, we will hold him accountable. Throw him in there, black men will hold him accountable.
Yeah. So, Dr. Felice, what do you think? What are your final thoughts?
Man, this is all good. And this was such a great topic. Thank you for having it. And, I always go down to the basics. We all, as human beings, have a responsibility of how we handle one another. So regardless if you get to the black girl, black man, as a human being, we have a responsibility how we handle one another. That I'm to care for you and I'm to leave you in a better space. Because look at what happens when we don't. It has such a rippling effect. And so how do we bring it back to that? And then we got to go back. We got to go back because people don't know. We don't know. And I heard Joe. Thank you, Joe. But then look at the black women who have come from broken homes. We don't know how to take care of our man. We don't know how to heal him. We don't know how to interact and engage with him as a woman should. And we need to be taught. That's why I'm sitting in circles, so that I can know and understand how to build my empathy, understanding, and real love beyond performance, beyond looks, and really appreciate presence. And I think that's all our goals. And so if we can get around community and learn that, that is going to be so powerful. And I welcome that, not just for me, but for all of us. So I'm Felice Hightower Britt, the Be Big Coach, and you can find me on www.thebebigcoach.com. And I'm also Be Big Coach on Instagram and Facebook.
All right, Be.Big.Coach, baby. Dr. Charm, what do you think? What are your thoughts on listening to your daddy's side? Was he really absent or just erased from the story?
My thoughts are that trauma is the gateway drug. And we have so much fallout because we have unhealed and unprocessed trauma. My father had mental illness and he refused to get help for his mental illness, and it cost us our relationship. My daughter's father had trauma. He got therapy and got help, and he wanted to be a present father. And so now they enjoy a wonderful relationship. And I'm like I said, I'm taking credit, partial credit for that. So we got to do our work. And there's so many people that are walking around here that refuse to do their work. And I'm judging you because guess what? We got tools and resources now. This is not like the olden days where we didn't have things. We've got therapy. We got therapists like Dr. Joe and Dr. Felice. We got naturopathic doctors like me. I can get your diet right to help you. So we gotta take these tools that are available to us and utilize them and be in community and hold each other accountable. Women need to be held accountable for some of their fucked up behavior, and men also too, because at the end of the day, we are all we got. You can find me on IG. I am a stand-up comedian, doctor, actress, naturopathic physician, Charm Girl 77. I'm always putting up funny skits. I got another one dropping today on this Marvin Sapp. And then if you want some spiritual guidance, I'm a tarot card reader, astrologer, and psychic medium. 25 years in the game. I got an astrology course starting April 12th. You can go to my new website, thanks to Constance, spiritualcharm.com, and you can see testimonials from my clients about things that I have done to be able to help them.
Man, listen, Dr. Jock can deliver your baby, tell a joke, and tell your future, baby. Come on. All right. No Malanga. For you, what are your final thoughts?
The one thing that I didn't get to kind of introduce, which is important in this conversation, and I'll just say it to close out, is that when you look at statistics, actually, the most successful single parent homes are those where the father is actually the one raising children and the mother is absent. And that's something that you can actually look up. Children have a better chance in a single parent home when the single parent is the father. And single parent homes, when they were studied a lot of times, were because I used to do a lot of work in homeschooling and encourage homeschooling, whether it was single or two parent homes, was that we had to get away from the preschool to prison pipeline. And you'll find that single parent homes, unfortunately, are a predictor of that preschool to prison pipeline. That is drastically reduced, especially in the Black community, when that single parent is the father. So I think it's important for us to always bear in mind that when a man has been given that responsibility, he actually steps up. And it doesn't matter if the relationship didn't work out with the mother, or she doesn't like him, or whatever negative feeling she has about him. The fact is, more often than not, he will do a better job. Women deal with a lot already, and some of that abuse that we heard talking about where the mother was abusing the child, not excusing it, but some of it is just that she has too much on her plate. She has too much pressure on her. And unfortunately, the children suffer from that. So I think that's something that we really ought to consider more, is that if there are two parents and they're not together, don't exclude the idea of the child living with their father as their primary parent and then the mother being the secondary parent. So where you can find me, Nomalangam Sally Moses. I'm on Facebook under that name. On Instagram, I'm Noma Moses. I also have my YouTube channel also as Nomalangam Sally Moses.
Good stuff. No, Malanga, my pride don't want to agree with you, but I know what you're saying is true. But my pride don't want to, because I understand, because as a woman, you can't be a man. And men, I think, provide the structure and the discipline that a lot of these kids need. And as a mother, I know how soft I am. But it also takes two parents too. But the man is going to provide that discipline and the structure a lot of times that sometimes women can't provide. I'd be looking at my big old 6'2" boy, and I'm like, you need your ass whooped by your daddy, because I just can't do it. I just can't. But today's discussion, it was personal. So many of us are walking around with fractured relationships and half the story, you guys. But healing is possible, and sometimes it starts with a question, not a judgment. So to all the parents trying to reconnect, to the children willing to learn, listen, and to the families trying to repair the past, y'all keep showing up, because the truth doesn't always hurt. Sometimes it heals. And remember, queens and kings, your peace is your power and your legacy is worth fighting for. We gonna see you tomorrow, same time, same back channel, whatever platform you watching us from, watch us tomorrow at the same time. We'll see you. Peace.
Oh, wanna change your life? Come see me, yo. I'ma teach you how to build up wealth for your family, not just for yourself. I'm a bestseller, a house flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a gold builder that can teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you to get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all sack. Watch your black owned firm, but we ain't all black.
Y'all, listen, it's your girl Constance Carter. And it's the Grow Your Money Club, y'all. Today has been a day. Come on in. I don't see nobody coming in yet, but come on in, our friends. We want to talk to you. I know it's a little bit later than we normally used to being on here, but come on in, friends. Hey, y'all. Hey, what's up, everybody? I know. It's a little bit later than we're used to normally going, and so had a whole lot of work going on and wasn't sure that we was gonna come on because having real life work. But I want to come on and talk to you guys anyway. I love talking to you guys. I love for you guys to talk back to me and talk black to me. And I've gotten some DMs. I got some text messages. Y'all was like, hey, what's going on, Constance? Where you at? So my apologies for my tardiness. I want to come over here and talk and rap with y'all real quick. So I got a few of my friends that are getting ready to hop on with me, and we're going to talk about all the current events. Remember, this is Wednesday, and your girl April's here. We got another special guest, Jahari, here. Miss Black Hollywood is going to be back. She ain't going to be with us today. But you always know every time we come live, I love for you to check in and tell us where you're watching from, because we know we have people that watch from all over the world. Also, if you are a Black-owned business, put your Black-owned business in the chat so that we can shout you out, because we realize that we need each other to survive. What's up, Kim from Montgomery, Alabama? What's crack-a-lacking? And where else you guys watching from? But we want to put your Black-owned business in the chat. It's Wednesday. A lot going on. What's up, Karen B1 from the Bronx? There's so much going on in the news. What's up, CJ Hardy? And so we just kind of want to discuss what's going on in the news. So for y'all, what have you been seeing that's happening? Oh, good morning. Okay. Happy birthday, dear. Happy birthday. And listen, Gail, I appreciate you being on here every single day. I know that's you, Gail, because we chat on the DMs, right? What's up, Najai? Good morning from Atlanta. We love for you to chat back with us. What's up, lovely JR? Thank you for your patience, y'all. Thank you for your patience. So I want to bring my good girlfriends up here. What's up, 5-star mommy from upstate New York? I want to bring my good girlfriends up here so we can just kind of talk about what's happening with current events. So let's first hold up. Let me bring up my girl Jahari. What's happening, Jahari?
Hello. Good morning. How is everybody?
We love to see you. We love to see it. So now, I have to always have an intro when we bring April on, right? Because April is just like, she's all the things. And I love you too, but you ain't got no intro. But let's go ahead and bring April on with her little intro. April. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, how you doing?
Awesome.
I'm over here learning how to get my business funded.
You know what? I think I have that same book.
What?
Have you been working on how to get your business funded?
Girl, yes. Honestly.
Look, all the people who are watching, and if you are trying to get your business funded, go ahead and put. Oh yes, honey. Hold on, I have her too. Look at God. Look. If you're a Constance Carter fan, I want you to put a black fist in the chat. Put a black fist in the chat.
Why a black fist?
Because you are all B1 all the way. Also, all the way. And also, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to grow your business and grow your money and not blow your money, put a black heart in the chat. Go ahead, put a black heart in the chat. Anyway, I hope y'all are magically delicious. Jahari, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Honey, as magical can be. I'm just looking. I'm looking for the magic.
Somebody in the comments said there was tariffs. Is tariffs coming today?
Yes.
Today's tariff day.
Today is tariff day. Somebody wanted to call it Tariff Tuesday, and I'm like, no. It is Wednesday.
Tariff Wednesday. So, listen, somebody just texted me and they said that now that there's tariffs, now that we're going to get ready to see some tariffs, perhaps they're going to bring manufacturing back to America. And so if that's the case, should we invest in Detroit? Is it now time to invest in Detroit? Because there may be possible manufacturing maybe coming back to Detroit. What do you think about that?
You know what? I want to invest in jobs. And so if that's the case, yes, I would 100% say Detroit, because remember when we were in Detroit and how amazing it looked when initially we thought it was going to look a little trashy?
Yeah.
Just to see what they have already done, if they're going to actually bring back Detroit in a way where they're going to be building cars, there are a lot of people out there that are going to need jobs, and that's a great way to invest not only in your country but in your people.
What about in real estate though? Get them tax deeds, y'all.
So I'm checking my Robinhood because I just, took your class and started investing, and I already have stock in Ford. Is that in Detroit?
It may be coming back to Detroit. I mean, because auto industry,
and it's up today. Everything else is down.
Well, that's probably why it's up because of the fact that purchasing American made is you're not going to have the tariffs on it. So,
my stock is way down.
Yeah, stock is bad. Only thing up really is Ford. It's been bad. It's low. I was up early this morning and stock was down.
Well, let me ask you guys a question, because before we get into the juice, I mean, this is juice too. What's up, Sophia? Did you all see that Elon Musk is stepping down from Doge? Did you see that?
Actually, I didn't see it, but I'm okay with it. I approve that message.
Yeah, what do you think?
I'm tired of him. I'm
tired of
hearing about him.
Remember when he was on Fox and he was saying that he's doing this for the love of his country, because why would he risk his company to do why would he risk his company to work for the government, because he's actually losing out? But I think what happened was he done fucked around and found out, like a lot of these people have, right? So what had happened was he thought he was going to go up there because he's already gotten billions of dollars in government contracts. So how much? Billions of dollars in government contracts. So he's already got he's made his money. However, I don't know if you guys know, but X is failing. So he ended up buying X, which is formerly Twitter, with another one of his company shares. X was already losing money. He's doing a lot of, he's kind of dumping some things. So he has to, because people around the world are pissed off. Here's what he said on Fox.
For the people who look at you and your business sense about SpaceX or Starlink,
can you tell them specifically there's not a conflict of interest in how you're doing it, what you're doing, and the contracts that you're getting with the government?
Everything I do is under extreme scrutiny.
Every day?
Yeah. So there's not an action I can take that doesn't get scrutiny 6 ways to Sunday. Every action that the Doge team does is public. We put it on the website. It's the most amount of transparency there's been about any government thing ever. It would be, even if I wanted to, I couldn't get away with it. In fact, it's actually disadvantageous for me to be in the government, not advantageous. Yeah. If I wasn't in the government, I could lobby, and I could push for things that are advantageous to my companies. My companies are suffering because I'm in the government. You just pointed that out a moment ago.
Right.
Do you think it helps sales if dealerships are being firebombed? Of course not. And Tesla customers are being intimidated all over the country and all over Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Does that help Tesla? I mean, you had Tim Waltz, who's a huge jerk, running around on stage.
So, do you think he knew when he signed up to do Doge that he would, because the way he cheered when they won that election?
Yes! This is what victory feels like. Yeah! Thank you.
I'm sorry. Oh God. I think he was doing all the things he was saying he wasn't doing still, right? I think he was lobbying, trying to benefit his companies. I still think that's the play. I don't trust him, government at all in these situations and circumstances.
He fucked around and found out. So he thought he was going to get up here and make more money. He thought he was going to be able to eliminate all these jobs, and the people weren't going to say anything. And he lobbied in Wisconsin to get a conservative judge on the Supreme Court. And guess what? He also, what'd he do? Fucked around and found out, because they actually voted the liberal judge in, and she won by a landslide. So he came over there offering people money to say her name, y'all. He offered these people money to say her name so that they can get her name out there so that she could win, so that he could they could continue to stack the Supreme Court. But guess what happened, y'all? What happened? He fucked around and found out.
Found all the way out.
How does A+ Memphis said, how does victory feel now?
I think they've been picketing or talking about picketing and walking off at Tesla employees too. I heard. I know a former employee of Tesla who said he heard something like that. Yeah, I haven't read anything, but maybe it's coming. I don't know. I don't tweet either. I don't either. Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you this. What did you guys do for the month? Because now we're in April. Yesterday, April Fools. Did you guys do any April Fools jokes?
Well, first of all, I walked around and told everybody Happy New Year. So April Fools, no. But Happy New Year, abso-freaking-lutely.
What does that mean?
Yesterday was the New Year. For everybody who knows about April 1st being the New Year, I need y'all to put a heart in the chat. But it's a wonderful day. Yesterday, I woke up in the morning feeling fresh to death. I was so blessed.
Yes.
100%. I didn't have not one time that I was not smiling yesterday.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing. So what you guys do for the month of March, though? Because I had a really busy month, man. I didn't realize till I did a recap of all the shit that I did for the month of March. Like, I was out here in these streets, and like yesterday, I was from sun up to sundown. Literally, I was working nonstop. By the time I had to teach the B1 real estate mastery last night, and by the time I got to class, my brain was so fried, I couldn't even really concentrate and focus in the way that I really wanted to be effective. But can I share with you what my March looked like? Because I actually put a little something together. Y'all want to see all the shit I did in March?
Sure.
All right.
Woo! March was a whole movement inside the Grow Your Money community. Let me tell you what went down, because if you missed it, you missed a lot. We hosted 2 Bring Your Idea to Life boot camps, a 1-day and a 2-day. People launched businesses, they got clear on their offer, and they started monetizing their gifts on the spot, y'all. Then we also dropped the Think It, Build It, Monetize It training. It's now available inside the Grow Your Money Club. You get the blueprint to build your bag from scratch. Go to growyourmoney.club. Then we had over 300 attendees for the Robinhood for Beginners Masterclass. Y'all learn how to invest in stock without needing thousands of dollars. That replay? Yep, it's also in the Grow Your Money Club. And the Grow Your Money podcast? We've been breaking down what's been happening in the world and what you can do to stay ahead of it, because you deserve not just to survive, but to thrive in this
Running
economy.
the country like who?
Death Row
Suge
Records.
Knight. Right. Suge Knight, Death Row Records.
And for Women's History Month, we spotlighted legends like Kathy Hughes, Magdalena Walker, and Stagecoach Mary. These are Black women who moved mountains and made money moves. And listen, y'all, our Net 7 Collective ladies, they showed out. 4 sisters from the DMV spoke at Unbreakable Day at Fort Washington Baptist Church. We signed books, we poured into lives, and we inspired a whole room full of believers. And if you're ready to build that kind of legacy, if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman who wants to grow her net worth by 7 figures, she wants to invest in real estate, she wants to build her business, and she wants to walk boldly in her purpose, have a holla at me. Go to ConstanceCarter.com/Net7Collective just to check us out. And then she could book a session. Go to bookwithconstance.com and we can talk directly. Now, let's talk about what's up and coming. The Monetize Your Voice is officially launching. This is a 6-week transformational cohort where you'll learn how to craft your signature story, deliver your message with impact, build a business around your voice, and get paid to speak, teach, and transform lives. And best of all, you'll grow alongside a powerful community of leaders, entrepreneurs, and visionaries. So whether you're brand new or you're ready to scale, this is your moment. To sign up, go to monetizemymessage.biz. And yo, we are outside this summer. Save the date. June 5th, we're bringing back the Get Financially Lit Mixer in Washington, D.C. It's going down on a Thursday. The location is going to be dropping soon. Real vibes, real connections, real wealth conversations. You do not want to miss this. So listen, whether you're launching your business, growing your wealth, or finding your voice, the Grow Your Money Club is where you get the tools, the training, and the tribe. So go to growyourmoney.club. We're not just talking about wealth, we're building it. We are woke, wealthy, outstanding, knowledgeable, and empowered. And we don't wait, we work. So let's go.
Okay, so when do you sit down?
I don't know. It's go time.
It's go
Y'all.
time for real.
Huh?
I said it's go time for real, huh?
You know, I was on a 2-year hiatus. Not that I wasn't working, but you know, I sat down for a minute. You know, I went through a very tough divorce, and I sat down for a minute, and I got a chance to like woosah from everything. Just nobody works harder than Constance Carter. And so, if you know, this year is like, okay, I want to get back to go. And you know, I'm enjoying it. I get to spend more time with my kids. I get to take my son to school. The other day, you know what? I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Can I be honest with y'all?
No.
So I didn't go live last Monday, right? I didn't go live last Monday. It's because that ninja pissed me the hell off, and I couldn't take it. So, Camille, my youngest son, because he'd be late every day, right? He's late every day, late. And so I go up in his room. Now, when he's late, he puts me behind because I got to get prepared to talk to the people. So I go up in his room. He's supposed to be at school at 7:45. So he's just getting later. It's about 8:15. He in his room, like scrolling, eating a bagel, laughing. And I lost it. I made that Negro take an Uber to school. And I told him I will never take him to school late another day, because I had been taking him to school late every day. I told him I'd never take him to school late ever again. And I made him take an Uber. He didn't have no money, so he called my mom. And it was 4:00 in the morning over there with her. But he had to call my mom for money for Uber. And I said, next time, I'm never. So you want to be late again, your ass gonna get an Uber. And guess what? My mom and grandpa are not giving you money, because I've already instructed my parents not to give him no money.
Ooh.
But yeah. But the cool thing is, back to that, I get to spend more time with my children. But you don't be like that sometimes. I know, April, you ain't got no kids. Yeah. And I think you're blessed. Did your kids ever like drive you crazy like this?
My nephews drive me crazy, and I love every ounce of it, but I also love the fact that they don't stay here.
Yeah, parenting is
It's ghetto.
the toughest job. I have a 15-year-old daughter. I have a 25-year-old son, but the daughter is late today for school, so I can relate. I definitely understand.
No, I tell you what though, this Negro is gonna be out my house next September, and I'm gonna be walking around.
It doesn't really work that way. I know we say those things, but it does not
He's
work
going to college,
that way.
and he's going to college. Like,
yeah, but watch him end up going to school like right down the street and saying, "I don't want to live in the dorm."
He's not going to do that. He's not. No. He's not, because I don't play that. No, they all go away. They can't be here. They can't be here. So he's not even. I love Howard University, but he's not going to go to Howard University if he has access to come over here to my house. No, he's not going to Howard. He's going to have to go. He could go to Hampton with his other brother. But I'm going to be walking around this bad boy naked and all of that.
Don't do that. Don't be like, what's that little boy whose mom?
Video.
That's gonna be constant talking about who is that dude naked behind you?
What was it? Tavion.
Turn your camera off.
You got naked like turn your camera off, Tavion. Lord, that's Camille. By the way, I want to put a few things out there real quick. I need to give a shout out. I don't know if she's still here, but Gail, happy birthday, sweet potato. I hope you just feel as magical as you already are. And I also wanted to put something out there real quick, Constance, that you said, because we were talking about your children and all of the things that they're doing, right? You know, pretty much moving back in the house, because you ain't gonna get a beautiful house like that and not have some people up in it. And 9 times out of 10, it's going to be your children. Amen. And so I wanted to talk about homes and the fact that you brought up Detroit. I'm sorry, I'm going all over the place, but they have a land bank out there. And real quick, didn't you teach something in one of your classes about land banks? What class was that?
In the Grow Your Money Club?
Is that what it was?
Yes.
So a lot of people have joined the Grow Your Money Club. So listen, y'all, if you haven't joined the Grow Your Money Club, I want to put it out there that the land bank is something that can 100% add value to your pockets. Every state or every city/state that has a land bank, they're all different, right? And so working with someone like Constance, she can put you in touch with amazing people who can help you grow your money and not blow your money. Because if you blow your money, ain't a damn thing funny. Am I doing that right, Constance?
Yeah. Have you joined the Grow Your Money Club yet? If not, why not? The Grow Your Money Club is a comprehensive program designed to take you through the complete wealth building journey. We don't just offer random courses, we guide you along a clear path, starting with fixing your credit and becoming a certified credit expert, to building your business, increasing your cash flow, diversifying your portfolio, and ultimately letting your money work for you. With over 30 trainings designed to increase your net worth, you get to either purchase the trainings individually or go through the 12-month roadmap. Here are just a few of the courses. From campus to cash flows, this is teaching your children to become real estate investors. The wealth map training shows you how to eliminate your debt, increase your credit, and diversify your revenue. You can learn to write your book using ChatGPT. Learn how to build your online community. What about 8 ways to make money using AI? Oh, and here's 7 online revenue streams to fund your $1 million dream. How about learning how to purchase tax deeds or land banks? What about getting started in government contracting? If you're a rookie, the Real Estate for Rookies training has everything you need. The Business Blueprint training will help you build your business foundation, get business credit, get business funding, and learn how to pay yourself so that you can scale your business to the next level. Or perhaps you want to create jaw-dropping video content using CapCut, Midjourney, and ChatGPT. There are so many trainings and master classes within the Grow Your Money Club, and I also drop 1 new training per month. You do not want to miss out on this opportunity to invest in yourself, because guess what? You are your biggest commodity. You are your biggest investment. Join the Grow Your Money Club today.
Is that what you were referring to, April?
That is actually one of the things that I'm referring to. There's so many things that you're doing. You just talked about it in the last video that you did, how many people you have pretty much helped, right? And there's so many people that need homes. There's so many people that need and they need extra money. And I'll put it out there. So we also have something called the Net 7. I don't know if people have ever heard about Net 7, but for those of you who... Net 7 is magical, right? There are so many ladies that need it. not only are there ladies who need it, but there are men who have ladies in their lives who they need to push to greatness, right? So this is not just for women only. It's just women are going to be a part of it. But there are men out there who want to see their women advance. And I would say definitely join. Now, Constance,
both you guys are in that 7.
Huh?
You and Jahari.
Because we're awesome humans. That's how it works.
I love it. I love the way we interact with each other and are able to brainstorm, able to, say what we want to do. And then there are women that are there in place to help implement that. It's such a beautiful thing.
It's nonstop motivation. It's nonstop motivation, especially when we break out into sessions with, break out into individual groups. It lets you know that where you are, everybody meets you where you are, right? And you can continue to grow. Also, Constance, I wanted to put out there real quick. Did you notice all the hearts? Did you notice?
What are the hearts about?
Remember, I was asking them, all the people who knew about this being.
What is that about? What's this thing that you're talking about?
Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, just the fact that when the calendar changed, they also changed when the year started. So before we had 13 months, now we have 12 months. That's one of the reasons, in my opinion, that so many people are just off in general. If you think about it, we have 13 ladies. I'm sorry, gentlemen, if you hear this, cover your ears. But women have 13 periods a year. They don't have 12. They have 13, right? If you take 365 and you divide it by 28, that's going to give you 13 months. That's 13 months. And the year starts in April. If you notice, the horoscope starts in Aries, which is April. This is the new year. This is when everything blossoms. This is when everybody starts feeling different. This is when spring cleaning happens. This is when magic just is all throughout the air. You can feel it. You can experience it. Doesn't matter where you are in the world. This is the best time to be alive.
I agree.
Everybody knows. Instead of looking at it as April Fool's Day, what was told to us back in April 1st, the reason that they changed it to April Fool's Day is because they changed the calendar and they wanted people to be looked at as being fools if they didn't abide by the calendar change.
I did not know. You're such a freaking conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, but it's also fact. So you can actually look that up, which is all.
Okay, so I want to talk about some conspiracy now. Speaking of which, because April is the conspiracy theorist pro. All right, so listen. April has sent me, so y'all know D'Angelo, right? Y'all know D'Angelo? So
who is that?
D'Angelo, the singer. How does it feel?
My baby daddy.
Not maybe back in the day.
Angie Stone's baby daddy.
Right.
So Angie Stone passed away. And so April sends me this thing, says, look, now he's headlining the Roots picnic.
Ooh, I love the Roots.
She thinks there's some correlation.
Wait, but didn't we watch a video before that showed that he had something to do? That she even said that Angie Stone actually said that D'Angelo was doing some sneaky shit with Mary J. Blige. You don't remember that?
No, what happened?
I just found out that she was like 30 and he was 19 when they started.
Conspiracy in itself, child. That is a conspiracy in itself. Like she was 100 and he was like 12. That's nasty.
Like really. And then there was something about she said they were going to do a show back then, and they said that they didn't want her going with him, so they sent it wasn't Tyra Banks, was it? Mary J. Yes. It was. They instead of her being his date. Yes, I do remember that. Sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I was like, wow, I never knew any of this. I especially did not know that she was 10 years or so older than him when they.
More than 10, right?
Yeah, she's So what is it you're saying? Because I sent it to you guys. I did see on his fan page, the president of his fan page said that they were in disagreement with D'Angelo as of today, and they were shutting that page down today.
Now, why do you think that is at a time that he is about to be on top of his game? Like, if you're going to be headlining the Roots
How do you
picnic,
think he's going to be on top of his game?
okay, well, I'm just throwing this out there. In the last 20 years, let's go with 20. He has not headlined anything.
Is he headlining?
Isn't he?
I don't know.
Isn't he?
All I know is that he does have children that he needs to take care of, so he might need that check. The mama is gone, right?
The son is big and grown.
I'll say this: he's one of the top. He's on the top, right? He's on the top. His name is in the big letters, not the small letters. Okay.
Let me tell you, I enjoyed the Roots Festival. One of the ladies from the Net 7 Collective actually catered the celebrities for the Roots.
Who's that?
Victoria's Kitchen. Shout out to Victoria's Kitchen in Philly.
Hey, Victoria.
She actually catered backstage for the Roots Festival. So that was pretty cool. And so shout out to our sisters who's out there doing it. I went to the Roots Festival, 2 years ago? Mm-hmm. And it was so, it was a gajillion people there. It was just, first of all, it's too many humans. It was too many humans. I had VIP tickets, right? Me and my daughter go. It was 2 days. VIP tickets. I booked a hotel for 2 days. Just gonna go down there, and it was so many people, and it just first of all, when you go to Philly, you always know that all the men in Philly look pretty. You can always tell a man from Philly. Why?
Beard.
Yes, everybody in Philly has a beard. Everybody in Philly has a beard.
In Philly.
Oh yeah, they all have beards.
They are beautiful men, though. You can't take that away. There are some beautiful, magical looking men.
Yes, and I paid about $1,000 for each of these tickets, so I ended up paying about $2,000 for these tickets at the time. And I'm in the VIP, and let me tell you, these bitches in the VIP, they have, first of all, it was a gajillion people in general admission, and it was a zillion people in VIP. So they oversold VIP, and so I'm in VIP. Where the hell am I gonna sit? Right, I paid $2,000 to be up in here. It was bitches laying on the couch talking about they was laying down on the couch talking about they saving spaces for their friends. Like everybody else didn't pay to be up in the goddamn VIP.
Did you sit on her?
No, I was like, because I don't like Philly, and I don't ever want to go back to Philly ever in life, ever. I just don't like. I don't like Philly. I've only been there twice, and I didn't like it either time. Philly reminded me of Baltimore.
And you don't like Baltimore?
No, not really. I like to eat there. I don't really like
it's messed up. Listen, honey, because I'm pretty sure you have some followers out in the Philly and out in the Baltimore. Let me put it out there.
We have three women that are in that 7 in Philly, and then we have several women in that 7 in Baltimore. I love these ladies. I do. I just don't like your city.
Whose city?
They city, Baltimore, Philly. I don't care for them.
She doesn't like Stockton either. I don't take that.
Understandable though.
I put them in the top 3 cities that I don't like. I don't like Stockton. I don't like Philly, and I don't like Baltimore. And they're just raggedy cities. What does that mean to say? They're just raggedy. Stockton included.
All right, everybody, start coming for Constance. All the Baltimoreans, bring it on, bring it on. You know what to do.
Yeah. They're from Baltimore. That's the thing going around. You know what I'm saying?
Baltimore.
Mm-hmm.
And they say people from Baltimore say pew, bew, mew. What does a cow say? Mew. What the hell?
I cannot go sit down all the way down.
I need you to stop.
James Higgs, that's like he already started coming for me. Hi, sweet potato. I hope your day is magical. Yes, I work for Constance. I do.
I hired her to be my friend.
Yes. And she pays me very, very well. Constance, can I get some money for this? For being
April Fool's Day. Those are Democratic cities. Is that why they tow up Brian Stanklin?
Oh,
Brian, you still on Donald Trump and Elon Musk's nuts?
Oh,
don't be mean.
Good morning. Hello.
That's the only issue that I have with like the way the world is going on this day is that nobody, first of all, like Brian, I'm pretty sure, and I could be wrong, but I'm not, that when you come for everybody on here, you're coming from a place of just disrespect and meanness, right? it angers me to my core that so many people use oh my gosh, like being a Democrat or being Republican as, why did y'all switch?
It took me off the feed. It just straight canceled me out.
Oh, being a Democrat or a Republican, like that defines you, and then everybody has to argue about it. There's so many people.
You see what Brian Stanklin said to me?
You must have seen my face because what?
I'm not gonna put it up there though, Brian. No, I have control of the ones and the twos. So
are you? Are you offended? That offends you?
I am offended. I'm offended.
Honey, I welcome all of it. I totally welcome all of it.
I mean, it's rated R.
I think is that what it is? Because you've been cursing this whole time, but whatever. As far as I'm concerned,
beyond cursing.
As far as I'm concerned, like everybody is all in their feelings when it comes to who you voted for. Brian, if you voted for that guy,
he did.
You just and I'm sure you did. I hope you enjoy your life. And and everybody else, but like what we're not going to do is come for each other. Just you're entitled to your opinion, have your opinion, but start doing it in more of a positive way. You know what I'm saying? You can have your opinion, but you don't have to be rude about it. And
is this why you guys don't like Stockton and Baltimore and Philly? Are there Bloods and Crips in Philly?
No, it's not Bloods and Crips. They're talking about the political parties.
Oh, I was like, wait, what are we talking about? You know, I'm real gangster over here. I am from Stockton. There are Bloods and Crips here.
Do you Crip walk?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
I know she blood walks.
Absolutely not.
Is that a thing called blood walking?
I don't know.
I was told, for all of you DMV people, or really all of you East Coasters, there's this thing. This is hilarious to me.
Cousin Dro, yes.
Out in the West, they call people marks. It's a thing.
Why did Dro ask me? She was like, do they really call each other buster ass marks?
No, mark ass busters.
Busters, both. It's interchangeable.
Really, buster ass mark? I would love. Is that not the most hilarious thing you all have ever heard? Mark ass buster. Listen, I thought that was like a joke. I thought that, but if somebody in the DMV was like, yo, mark ass buster, we'd be like,
listen,
Mark.
But if you call somebody
he know what's up. You know what a mark is.
Cousin Dro knows what it is. It's a mark. Yes.
That is hilarious.
And so my friend Mark, one of my best friends, he's a drummer. He used to be in my band, and he don't like people. His name is Mark, but he's like, don't call me Mork because it's a whole different meaning. Don't call me Mork. You got to call him Mark, not Mork.
I would call him Mork. Because
buster ass Mork or Mork ass buster.
Yeah, and it's funny because I live down in the South, and they have people down here named, wait for it, Buster.
They have people in the South named Buster?
Yeah, I know a person in Stockton named Buster.
Yeah, and that's here in Stockton. I'm so glad to be out of there.
Anyway, hater. I'm hating like Drake on DeMar, but
you hating like
something. Brian Stanklin?
Don't call him that. Your man's name is Shanklin.
Stanklin.
Wait, do you be shanking people?
In the comments verbally, because he sure did say some things, honey. I'd be like every day. Whoa.
Listen, y'all. What are we talking about?
I never want to get a little bit of that because honestly, I'm just having fun right now. I didn't
even prepare for today. You know, I'm normally prepared always, y'all. Today has just been one of those days. It's just been a hectic day. So, you know, we're just me and my girls. We just chopping it up. And thank you guys for, you know, obliging me to come on here and just shoot the breeze with the people and just have dialogue and conversation.
Well, I have a question though. Cory Booker, like what was the whole thing about him doing the filibuster? I think he did a total of 25 hours. Anyone up on that?
Well, here's what I do know, and I saw a little bit of it, but I don't know if you know the person who did the longest filibuster was Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond was a huge segregationist. I did something about him back in February for Black History Month because Strom Thurmond was a staunch segregationist, a racist, a vile racist, and he filibustered because he did not want integration to happen.
Right, and so that was in like April of 1968. Like when they did the FHA and all of that stuff. And so I'm thinking that's why Corey did what he did.
No, he did it because to bring awareness of what was going on with the Supreme Court. But here's the thing about the filibuster that Strom Thurmond did. While he did not want to integrate with Black people, he was integrating with Black children and had a baby by a Black child who was a 15-year-old maid in his household and had a Black baby, and did not publicly claim her, but he did pay for her to go to college. She looked exactly like him. But yeah, he was filibustering because he didn't want to integrate with the Black ass, but he wanted to integrate his penis with Black teenagers. So
well, yeah, that happens. Anyone asks if I'm mixed, I always tell them, the master was in the cabin.
Mm-hmm. Massa's is blood. I never I've gotten asked if I was mixed because I'm got Black genes and I'm blacker than Black and all the Black. However, there it was some of that going on too. In fact, yesterday, did y'all so my daughter and my son, because my son took the Ancestry. Has anybody taken the Ancestry.com test? Oh, April would never. Nobody have her DNA, but I've taken Ancestry. My mom, my dad, my grandmother, my ex, my mother-in-law that passed, and my grandmother, right? And my son took it too. So on the Ancestry.com, you could actually see where certain traits came from. Right. And so my kids called me. They was like, Mom, my oldest two, they was like, Mom, we looking on Ancestry.com and we see all the ambitious genes came from you and all the lazy genes came because they talk about anything. So on Ancestry, they even break it down to like they could tell your traits by your maternal or your paternal side, which was interesting. It was very.
I'm gonna tell you what my mom told me. My mom told me that Ancestry.com was a lie.
Why? Because y'all really Indian, and come find out y'all ain't.
She was saying that it's just not true, and there was a bunch of stuff that were coming out, but it is linking me with family that is actually family. So I don't know, but Black folks really be like that stuff's not real. What do you?
No, it's well. There's no way. What's the gentleman's name? Something Gates. Oh my God, Lou.
Bill.
No.
William.
No, y'all tell me in the chat something Gates. Lou something Gates.
Oh, Skip Gates.
No.
Are you talking about the one who does the
Henry Louis Gates?
Yeah.
Wow.
Skip Gates.
So he actually did a speech about it, and he was actually talking about how the gentleman that created the test that tells you what tribe you're from down to the Africa is bullshit.
Yeah, it is. No, it is. That part is.
That question, and he actually explained that in order for you to find out or to really go back to find out your DNA the way that they're talking about, you would have to dig up like people to find this information out, which is one of the reasons. Well, and I'm sure I'm sure that you've done all of you've gone to school for biology. I'm sure that you've done.
I've done my genealogy. I've been able to trace my ancestry back.
On the side of the box, it clearly states for entertainment purposes only, and that is taking your DNA. Listen, you can go as far as you want to go. But there's a lot of information that is constantly being put out in this world to keep us as dumb as we can possibly be, or keep us as ignorant as we can possibly be, or keep us.
I will tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Believing that we are less than.
And I tell you this.
Constantly.
Less than being from Africa, because y'all Negroes don't want to be from Africa, but whatever. I digress.
It's not about not wanting to be from Africa. We're not Africa.
But let me tell you this. What I will say is I have an uncle, y'all. Did you ever hear this? I know April knows. But I have an uncle that's been dead for 25 years. And
a lot of us have. Yeah.
Yes. And guess what? They found out that he was a serial killer a few years ago through Ancestry. Somebody took an Ancestry DNA and it matched this database that was on this Filipino cousins, these Filipino cousins. They were teenage cousins that had gotten murdered back in the 80s. Turns out, my uncle.
How were they able to run his DNA across? See.
No. Let me tell you why. Because his DNA, the DNA of the perpetrator, because he raped her as well. So the DNA of the perpetrator they had collected it. And when whoever went to Ancestry DNA and took the DNA, they matched it because they match it against a criminal database as well. That's how they're able to find a lot of criminals. Well, they found out that my uncle.
Are they supposed to be doing that?
Yes.
Matching, when you go to Ancestry.com, matching it against the criminal? I think that's illegal.
No, it's not illegal. They said you could do that. So that's one thing.
Do people know that? Because I know people will
but
be
it's
like,
not even that though. If you think about it, I'm not even talking about people that have been alive for the last, who have been alive in the last 50 years. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about where we came from 400 years ago, 300 years ago. And there's no way for you to get that information unless you can physically dig up bodies. Yo, Brian is on.
She is on today. Goodness.
Oh, honey, listen. Okay, so I'm gonna ask. I need to ask a question, and I want you to be honest with me. Have you had sex lately? It's just a question, because usually when you don't have any.
God, he said, "Oh, this is what he said. I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. I was multitasking." Yeah, that's why you so aggressive. Well, so here's the thing, Brian. He is not a blood uncle. He's actually my dad's stepbrother. But so we don't.
My question still remains: if you haven't gotten any in a while, sometimes it's because, sometimes that might be why you're a little upset and angry.
Possibly. So the other thing, so let me tell you about the other thing about the ancestry though. So when you're talking about how it doesn't match, because when it goes back to what they do is they collect DNA data from the tribes in Africa, from the different areas, different regions in Africa. I also have the ancestry, the African ancestry DNA that my good friend Gina Page, I know her personally, she's a CEO of African ancestry DNA. And so my ancestry goes back to 2 countries, Sierra Leone and another one, and they can go all the way back to the tribe. So what happens is they have more samples of African ancestry or African DNA where they can really specify down to the tribe because they've done all the collection of data. Ancestry DNA doesn't have as much, so they just kind of assume based upon a number of things, the region. You can get an idea of, because it actually changes over time too. Because as they collect more samples in ancestry DNA, your results change a little bit. So I've had the ancestry DNA for maybe 10 years, and it's changed over the amount of European or whatever has changed. So
that's true. Same for mine.
Changed?
Huh?
So what? I just want to understand this. So every time you've taken it, it's changed?
No, not every time I've taken it, but as they update the database and they have more, and they have more samples, it's changed a little bit, not much, but like your percentages may change by 1% or whatever as they're able to collect more data.
Yeah, it gets more in depth. Yeah, that happens to me as well, but my mom's still
James.
saying,
No, James. But I will say this. So there was a white lady in there because I've connected my uncle with his son. I've been connecting people, right? So this white lady had kept saying, I want to know how we're related. I want to know, like she kept bothering me. And I'm not related to you, lady. And she was like, I just trying to figure out. I said, your great-great-great-grandfather probably raped my great-great-great-grandmother. That's how we're related. And she did not respond back. She didn't respond back. Girl, we not related. We ain't related like that. It wasn't love, okay? But I will say this. I was able to trace my ancestry all the way back to the 1700s and the revolution, right before the Revolutionary War. There was a gentleman named David Jones, and he was white, and he had some slaves, and he had a slave named Charity that he had a bunch of kids with. So when he died, he emancipated her, and he gave her, he bequeathed her his land and everything. And so they ended up intermarrying other, because they were free people of color from that line, that one line that I have. I don't know if there's any more, but they intermarried other free people of color for about 100 years until the emancipation. And then they moved over to Arkansas, which is where my parents and them are from. But there was that. So, That's probably the only white blood I have in me, huh?
Too Real for TV said what now? What did they say?
Went to South Pacific, let's see, a few years ago. That comment?
Boats.
Well, no, I want Constance to answer that question.
Boats.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Africans been traveling out here for thousands of years. You do realize that the continent was all together and it was called Pangea, right?
Oh no, I'm aware of that part.
So when people, I think what happens is a lot of people they don't want to be from Africa. They want to be Native American. They don't want to be associated with slavery and oppression and all that shit.
I'm gonna put my business out there, and I never really talk about this out loud. I don't want to be affiliated, and so let's just say
my ancestors were slaves.
Let's just say that my family were slaves. Let's just say that. As far as I'm concerned, the more I remind myself that that's true, if that's the case, which I'm not going to believe that, but let's just say the main reason that I don't even want to.
So there was no slavery 100 years ago?
We already had that conversation. I'm definitely not saying that.
So slavery didn't really exist.
There's slavery going on on the wonderful continent that you love so much. There's slavery going on to this day right now. There's slavery going on.
Not like what it was.
There's slavery going on. How do you know?
How do you know?
I don't.
And
you don't know.
There's never been any slavery as brutal as slavery has been on this continent.
Well, let's go back to my original. I'm going to go back to what I was saying initially. What I would like to stop putting in my mind is that slavery, that
you came from greatness because the slaves your ancestors that came over here from Africa, they were strong enough to withstand the Middle Passage. You came from greatness.
Right.
So why don't you want to claim that history?
Because you know what? I think that one of the things that it does, because let's just say in general, the more that I tell myself that I ain't shit is true. And the more that I tell myself
slaves were shit. So you're saying that the slaves weren't shit? Because they were enslaved?
And the more that I tell myself that I am the shit, it's also true. So if I remind myself of constant oppression, I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to live and breathe it. And I think that that's one area that we as a people do struggle with, is constantly reminding ourselves that we are suffering, we are oppressed people, we are less than, and that's bullshit.
Can I ask you a question?
We were those things and we fought our way out of that, and we grew strong.
We can say that we were those things, but the problem is that we don't say that. We still are. But at this point, because I cannot finish a thought, I'm going to stop. What's your question, Constance?
No, I mean, you talk about slaves ain't shit.
You're yielding your time.
I didn't say that slaves ain't shit. And if you would have listened to the words that were coming out of my face, I said, if you tell yourself that you ain't shit, then that's true.
I mean, if your ancestors were slaves, I mean, they wasn't shit. Is that what you're saying?
And so if that's the direction that you want, if that's how you
feel, I'm asking you a question.
Let's say family. If that's how you feel,
get upset.
No, I'm
asking you. It's kind of dangerous. Honestly, I think it's kind of dangerous because we need to know the history.
She trying to be like Trump them. She trying to be like Trump them and erase our history.
Stop. But we need to know because in times like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to act like it didn't happen, and then that's how you go back to those things.
Mm-mm.
And so I do think that it's very important that we understand who we are and how we have overcome. I honestly, like, we need to know there are things that are in place to keep us oppressed, right? Because we weren't able to own property. It was illegal. Like these things, they just
but they wasn't shit either. They was oppressed because they wasn't shit.
What if is my question, and I want you to have an open mind. What if all of the shit that you have been taught your whole life? Because I did some research.
And come on, finish the question. I hear you.
And I did some research in asking a lot of elderly people, my grandparents, some of my clients who are a lot older, What did you learn when it came to your Black history? Did you learn
over DNA? Because they were smarter than science.
Proceed, April. What was the question?
No. I'm finished. My apologies. You were saying?
What did I learn in?
No. Nothing.
No, I mean, your great grandparents who had no education, they're smarter than the DNA. So
you're right.
Smarter than the science.
DNA is smarter.
But I will say this, because I'm lightweight offended that you would say that Black people who were oppressed ain't shit. Okay, somebody.
Never said that. You ain't I'm gonna need you. I'm full of shit right now.
I
never said that. Take a laxative. You need to take a laxative. You are full of shit.
I'm yielding my time. Go ahead.
No. I am done with my time. My time is over. I am done.
No, but we all would like to hear.
April, complete your thought. Unfortunately, Constance will not allow that to happen.
No. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute.
No. I told you.
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why she ain't gonna say it, because she knows it's stupid. That's why she's not gonna finish her thought.
You're right.
She knows it's stupid.
Well, I
let me say,
I do agree and understand about what if everything you've ever been taught wasn't an untruth. Mm-hmm. I think that being raised Black Christian in the United States and being taught certain things, I now in my upper 40s, I give a little pushback, right? Because we are taught as a Black woman not to rest, not to follow our dreams. Just, we are Mother Earth, right? We are to be taking care of everything and work that 9 to 5, that hustle, that job, all that stuff. I've been pushing back for the last couple of years. So I am unlearning some things, right? Mm-hmm. So I hear what you're saying. I am unlearning some things and learning more about my ancestors and all of that too, because I do think that, we were onto some things that they didn't want us to be onto. Make sense? Like they didn't want us to be hip to about who we are and why we were oppressed. So maybe not exactly the same, but, if you can oppress the king, if you can, keep them down, if you can keep
they were
them...
Indians. Well,
you know what, Constance? James says, no, April, our ancestors were enslaved.
And good for your beautiful ancestors. Like I'm glad.
Her ancestors were Indian. So she has Indian in her family. I don't. But I will say this. Let me say this. I will say this. Because when you say that Black people ain't shit because they were oppressed.
I never said that. Again, you anal dwelling butt monkey. Okay? So I need you, if you're going to quote properly, but please continue with your stupid ignorant thought.
That's what I heard.
Dwelling.
Well, that's what I heard. So
I'm sure that's what you heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
I'm saying whatever you believe is what you believe, and if you believe your family ain't shit, then your family ain't shit.
Because our family didn't come from oppression.
And
so
I can't complete a thought, ladies and gentlemen. So all of you,
I didn't realize you tried to complete a thought. Go ahead.
No, I'm, and that was my fault for starting to say something. So I will say what I didn't say if you put the wrong words in my mouth. So go ahead, continue what you were saying, Constance.
No, I need DJ 2K says, please, Constance, stop upsetting her. She's upset right now. Upset, everybody. I just wanted to say, because
I'm not upset. I'm not. Let me make this very clear. This is me, y'all. I wish y'all could be in the conversations that Constance and I have. And Lord, I listen.
Yes, Gibraltar. Yes. Yes, Gibraltar.
No.
Yes.
One of the things that I will say, I'm just going to bring up this point. I also worked with a lot of people who are from different countries in Africa, and a lot of
they look nothing like April.
Constance, I'm gonna mute you.
And a lot of the people who are from there will tell me the things that we have learned, they did not learn. And a lot of what they have learned is about how there have been people who look like us who are here. So, or who were here before. So I definitely understand where you're coming from, and I definitely understand what we learned. And we always talk about the school systems and everything that we have learned from school is bullshit. But yet that one little thing we want to hold on to, and it just bothers me because I'm like, I don't want to hold on to that negative. I don't want to hold on to that negativity if I don't know it 100% to be true. Until I know everything about it, then I'll be good. As far as I'm concerned, I know Africans who say that wasn't true. I know Americans who say it wasn't true. I also follow a wonderful gentleman by the name of Dane Calloway. So I will actually ask for you all to go ahead and follow Dane Calloway. Go look at some of his older stuff, because like right now he's really into politics and things of that nature and how it does affect the Black community. So follow his current information, but watch his older videos so you can kind of get an understanding of some of the things he talks about. I learned about like ocean gyres. I didn't learn that from him. I learned that before following him, and how, as it relates to like ocean gyres, how it was hard for people, how it was hard for the ships to get from Africa to here. I mean, you can.
I can't believe that our ancestors don't have the same traditions because there's a 400-year removal. You said we do things different than Africans or something like that. We have a 400-year. We learn different. Yeah, we haven't been there 400 years.
What I'm understanding from you is that you can't. You hear what you want to hear. So it's like what I have said. You're what I heard. Of course. It's like if I said the sky was blue, you're like, wait, I heard the sky was orange.
No, we had differences from Africa because we haven't been there in 400 years. But
but the people who have been there, don't you think that they would have learned
this? Riddle me this. No. What I've been trying to say though is because you talked about the oppressive nature of African Americans, the Africans in America, and I will say this. So, my parents grew up extremely poor in Arkansas. And I know that you guys were affluent. I know that you grew up in a very affluent, your parentage was affluent, but my dad was really, really poor. And the house that his mom had up until a few years ago, until my dad built her a new house, it was like a slave cabin, literally. And my dad did not go to school until he's 8 years old because he just didn't have any clothes. They were in a poor town, but my dad's family was the poorest of the poor, who came from, just extreme poverty like that you kind of see in Africa, right? And of course, it's because of the systems and all that stuff. However, they weren't. My dad is just 2 generations from slavery, from being enslaved. His grandmother's parent was enslaved. They know that. So that's a fact. When I talked before my grandmother died, she was 99 years old in 2016. I asked her history. Mm-hmm. Her father was born right before the Emancipation Proclamation. So he was born into slavery. So, it happened to my people, at least. So probably you were those people who may not have been enslaved, but and I guess all the lines, because you have several lines in your family, right? So you have at least like 16 lines of your family. So all of them were free people. That is very interesting to me because I have one line that I know that were free people of color, but all the rest of my lines in my family were enslaved.
I have a similar background with my mom's family, for sure, and slavery, and so I can relate to that. But there were free Black people learning that too, more in the Louisiana area.
Oh, so, that's where April's from. That's why it explains everything. They weren't slaves.
Not all.
April is mad at me.
Oh, no, I'm not mad. Don't do that. Don't put that out there, because the people over here, they'd be like, April's mad. No, she's not. April's being April, child. April look, I'm over here filing my nail.
I need them to know that April is not really a coon Chris, because she's not even Black.
No. I haven't checked out. I'm listening.
She's not even African. She's not a coon Chris today, you guys, because she's not even African.
No.
Indian.
Don't you take that away from me, honey. I definitely am a country. Right? Wait.
So what you're saying is she is pro-Trump laws because she's not Black.
That's what I said about April?
Or not, I'm asking.
No, that's what she heard.
Well, you know, because she's a country, she's not, her family were not slaves. So.
And they want to destroy history. They don't want to tell you your real history. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
So in summary.
Look at Jahari.
In conclusion.
Look at Jahari. You know what I love? Let me tell you. You know what I love about this though is because we can't have these conversations. These ladies are in Net 7. These are my Net 7 sisters. April is a Net 7 cohort. If you don't know what that is, a cohort.
You have to, if you don't know what that is, you need to join Net 7.
And you know, it's so cool because we can clown and laugh, and it's so because sometimes April will say some shit in Net 7, and let me tell you something.
It is so funny.
She's like, oh my God. She'll say something about me, right? And
I got to put that one out there. Hold on.
Don't play about me.
It's funny. There was one time, I don't even remember what I said, but I was being funny. And I said, oh, Constance don't ever do shit or something like that. And all you can hear, like everybody starts talking all at the same time. And one person said, don't say that about Constance. And I was like,
okay, play about me.
Don't you dare say nothing bad about Miss Jenkins. That shit was so damn funny. I laughed.
She was like, she thinks I'm serious. This is my good girlfriend. These are my girlfriends, and they're also part of this great community that we have of just sisters that are just killing it in life. And so we can have these conversations and these dialogues. And I promise to Jesus Christ on the cross that there's nothing that goes beyond the moment that we are actually mad at each other. I think she's batshit crazy,
100%.
And she thinks I'm wrong. And
also batshit crazy. Please don't take that away from me, Constance. You are loony as a tune, but okay. I love you. I love you.
And we're conversations that need to be had. So
I think so. I think she's nuts. I think she's nucking futz, but she's my sister, just like these other sisters.
3 or 4 years. I've been praying for a business coach. I knew that a coach, I read many times that all the most successful people have a coach. Coaches have coaches.
I've learned how to purchase land. I've learned how to do overages in real estate. And I even learned some different things with credit that I've gotten my credit cleaned up with my bankruptcy, that I'm almost in my home stretch. Doing everything right now and applying it.
I finished 2 ebooks. If I could do it, anybody can do it. And started a nonprofit.
Gotten more out of this than I ever anticipated.
Constance has done an amazing job at placing systems to allow us to understand how to prosper in our businesses.
I'm telling you, I would move heaven and earth not to miss one of these sessions.
I love Net 7. We got Net 7 tonight.
Yes, we do.
So we do. So we've made Net 7 a continuum. So we're always inviting women, Black women from all over the country, because we have some of everybody in our cohort. We have entertainers and real estate. These 2 are real estate agents. We have entertainers, doctors, lawyers, PhDs, scientists, a whole bunch of IT people. We have all kind of ladies that are in this group from all over the country. The cool thing is that they're all professional women, but they all are, they all pour into each other. So that's the great thing. So if you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman that will be interested in being this vibe, you probably don't now because you're like, they crazy. We not really that crazy.
Actually, no, this would make you want. I think that this would be a reason for people to want to join Net 7 because they understand that their voice. I'm sorry, y'all, but as you all can clearly tell, your voice can never be heard over Constance's. You actually can have a voice, and you can actually grow in so many ways. It's a level of experience. There's so many people who come in saying, "I have absolutely no idea what I want to do with the rest of my life." They say things like, I never had any direction. I've always hated the 9-to-5 job that I have, or I'm working this 9-to-5 just so I can get started on my business, but they don't know what business they want. This is an opportunity for people to experience greatness and to change their own mindsets, change their lives, and level the frick up. So join 100%.
You know, the cool thing, so we do what's called a study hall on Mondays where we actually in action where we're doing the work, and April facilitates that. And April had me in my field. April be doing our priming exercises, and so April, and then oh, you weren't there on Monday, Jahari. Oh, April had us all the way together. So I was just like, I was getting us off track. I was going down a rabbit hole. She was just getting us back together as she does. So I loved it. I loved it. April is really man, I've seen transformation.
I need to put it on 1.5.
So I'm gonna tell you this and we're gonna go. So April was trying to tell me one of her ideas the other day on the phone. She was so excited, but she was talking so slow. And she was just like, just listen. And I said, can you please do it on 1.5 speed, please? She was, were you mad at me?
My ass slowed all the way down. So bad.
Please do it on 1.5. You're taking forever.
She has no patience.
I love it. It was the funniest thing ever.
1.5 speed, please, April. Please.
But I will say this: it's a great idea. So I'm putting it out there now. Anybody who is new to real estate, right? If you're new to real estate, I need you all to go to my website. I want you to go to aprilfosterproperties.com. I want you to send me a message because I'll be putting a group of people together to help you all advance in your real estate career. So if you've never done real estate, you just got your license and you want somebody to coach you and develop you, I need you all to let me know that you're interested, and I will definitely get you to the point where you need to be and winning amazing awards such as these.
You see that?
You used to be award-winning real estate.
You're going to be an award-winning real estate agent. Thank you. That was good, April.
Is it aprilfosterproperties.com?
aprilfosterproperties.com. That's aprilfosterproperties.com.
What are you up to? What are you doing business at, Jahari?
In Stockton, I am selling property. I will be becoming a mortgage loan originator as well in the Cali area. So, doing a little bit of good mornings and motivational, inspirational speaking, all of those things, and also always basketball, right? I love my sports. So, talking about those things, I don't know if you guys like sports out there, but I would love to get in conversation with you about that.
I don't know if you guys could tell, these are some tall broads. Like, I'm the shortest one in the crew, but these I'm not fun size. I'm the average height of a woman. I'm average woman height. You guys are Amazon women. But speaking of the speaking, she's doing motivational speaking. I'm actually teaching. That's the next thing I'm doing. I'm actually teaching people how to do some motivational speaking, but not only speaking, but speaking to articulate the value of your business. A lot of people don't know how to do that.
Struggling to grow your business? The problem isn't your product, it's your message. If you're not attracting clients, closing deals, or standing out in your industry, it's because your message is not clear and you're not showing up where your ideal clients are. That's why I created Monetize Your Message. It's a 6-week training where I teach you how to clarify your message so it speaks directly to your ideal audience, master a 30-second pitch that grabs attention, develop a 3-minute story that builds trust and converts. When you master your message, you don't just get paid to speak, you attract clients, you build partnerships, and you create opportunities that grow your business. You're going to learn how to stand out on panels and showcase your expertise, launch a podcast that positions you as the go-to authority. You're going to learn how to build an ecosystem that turns conversations into clients and income. By the end of this training, you'll not only know how to speak with confidence, you'll know how to use your message to build a thriving, profitable business. So if you're ready to attract high-paying clients, grow your business, and build a platform that pays, join me for Monetize Your Message.
I love that. Yes. Monetizing your message. Monetize your message. There's so many people who have a message and don't know how to get it out. That is going to be a magical experience.
I'm looking forward to it. You going to join me?
Should I? I mean, am I really good at getting a message out? Clearly, I can't get a message out.
Well, you'll learn how to deal with people like me. So if you want to learn how to deal with people like me, you need to mind. But you know, I think April, really your strongest, where you really get your message out at.
Turn me on when they run me like a ninja. Nothing make me want to take a stand more than that, man. Every single moment just a heart. I'd rather be with you. I'd rather be with you. You made us live the way for some.
How many of y'all love to hear? I caught Jahari in the middle jamming. How many of y'all love to hear April? I know y'all love to hear it, huh? Y'all love to hear April?
No.
Yeah, can you teach me?
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Welcome to Book Club. I want to welcome you guys to the internet. Welcome to my book club session on the internet, YouTube, wherever you may be watching. I'm streaming on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Am I on Twitter? I'm not on Twitter today, but Facebook, YouTube. Welcome, everybody. I see y'all in the chat. How y'all doing? Today, we're going to talk about how to find clarity in the conflict that you have with your partner. Inevitable conflict that you will always have with your partner. We've been spending a lot of time talking about conflict and healthy conflict resolution. Today, we're going to finish chapter 5, which let me read the title. Title of chapter 5 is When Conflicts Arise, not if conflicts arise. It's when conflicts arise. And so this is a wonderful time for us to learn everything we need to learn to make sure we all work it out. Brothers got to work it out. Sisters, we got to work it out. We all need to work it out. And I'm here today to conclude chapter 5, When Conflicts Arise. And we just got 3 little sections here, but it's meaty. The name of the book is How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. Somebody in the chat, write down the 5 keys to mindful loving. We're going to definitely talk about it here today. And y'all know me. I am Dr. Alicia. Let me tell you what I am. I am a psychotherapist. I have been a licensed therapist for going on 22 years. I've been practicing in the field I've been practicing in our community for over 30 years. I've been studying this information. What is healthy relationship? What is healthy child development? What's appropriate? What's not appropriate? What's normal? What's not? So that we can feel good about who and what we are. Not only have I been doing this for 34 years, most of my life at this point, but I'm a descendant of 2 healers. So my parents are dedicated in the community. Both of them were trained to be therapists. And, oh, can you not hear me? Is there sound? You can't hear me. What's going on? Whoa, what's happening that you can't hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. No sound. I got perfect sound. So Riley can hear me. Okay, so some people can hear me. I would hate to think that I'm been talking all this time and no one can hear me. Let me see if I can. I don't know how to turn the sound up. Oh, you had to unmute. Okay, you can hear now. Okay, wonderful. We all can hear what I'm saying. But what was I saying? Yes, I was saying that I'm the second generation of healers, and I have been raised raised by I had an unusual childhood in many different ways, but I was raised by people who raised by individuals who have studied this. And so we've all done, and my parents have been dedicated in the community. My dad was at Tuskegee University teaching other people how to become therapists. My mom was a school teacher, and then she became a counselor therapist later on in her life. Anyway, that's what's up. That's who and what I am. So currently I am a psychotherapist. I work with couples, and I also work with individuals. There's my website, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Usually the conflict stage is when I see couples. From time to time, I do see couples who are so in love with each other. They know they're getting married, and they say, we know we're going to have problems. What are some of the things that we need to think about so that we can get through tough times, because they understand there's tough times? I do get people like that. I get a lot of people who come out of hard relationships and they want to be able to process what happened to them. They notice that there are patterns of people that they want to date, and they want to have this self-knowledge, and they want to grow and learn. So that's also what I see too. And I love it. We are on, let me tell you, we are on top. We got a lot of ways to go as a community, but I think we are killing it. Those who are dedicated are making great strides in making sure our mental health is sound, and that we break generational curses. It's happening, y'all. It's happening. The revolution won't be televised. So it's happening quietly. Quietly, it's happening. So I want to say hello to everyone. We are, just to let you know, some of the people who are just coming in, we're on chapter 5 of this book. So I've been through 4 chapters. We're going to finish chapter 5, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. We are more than halfway done. I'm trying to think about my next book. I got to contemplate. I got some thoughts and ideas about some topics I do want to cover. I don't know if I should go to, y'all got to let me know. I want to go to subconscious mind stuff, how to get back your subconscious mind. Not sure if I want to do that or if I want to dive more into healing. I got to meditate on it and try to decide which is the best fit for me. I see y'all in here. I see you, Riley. How you doing? Plum. Oh, Sugar Pam. I love that. Peace and love. Yes, that's what's up. Peace and love. Good night to everyone. Renard, how you doing? Jen, how's it going? I see where y'all from. Let me see. Y'all put in the chat where you're from so you can hear me. Thank goodness I can be heard. 5 keys to mindful loving. Do we know what those are? What are the 5 keys to mindful loving? I got to quiz everybody. Maybe I'll have a prize for people who understand and get the 5 keys to mindful loving. Do y'all know what they are? What are the 5 keys to mindful loving? I wrote it in the margins, but I don't really need to read it. I kind of know it offhand. So the first key to mindful loving is attention, making sure that you are giving to your partner uninterrupted attention. You're listening to them. You're paying attention. You're not on your phone. You're not being distracted. You cut off distractions and you just pay attention to each other. And you have to be able to give that. And you also need to be able to receive that. Also, attention. The next one is affection, feeling comfortable giving and receiving affection. The third key to mindful loving is allowance. Allowing somebody to be who and what they are and encouraging them to achieve their goals. So allowing. So it's attention, affection, allowing. Appreciation. You need to be able to show appreciation. Concentrate on what's going well. That's a good thing. How to be an adult in relationships. You need to have a positive perspective. Concentrate on what's going well and try to minimize things that's not going well. Thank you to the Gottmans for highlighting that one. Gottman Institute. Y'all know about the Gottmans? Get into the Gottman Institute. They're all about appreciation. That is key in relationships. Appreciation is, okay, so it's attention, affection, appreciation, allowing. What's the fifth one? Attention, affection, appreciation, allowing. What's the other one? Oh, acceptance. Being able to accept people. No judging. So don't judge other people, and allow yourself to be accepted into other people. So those are the 5 keys to mindful loving. Hey, Brian Norfleet, how you doing? But I understand what's going on. Yes, affirmations. Yes, you have to be able to do this. So this is what all of us need. So all of us need attention, affection, appreciation, allowing, and acceptance. Thank you, Jen, for writing them down. Y'all write these down and make sure that you are able to give and receive all of these things. That's the how to be an adult in relationships. And you really need to have this when you are dealing with conflict. So let's get right into it. But before we do, I want to say hi to Brian. Brian, yes, I do consultations. Look how cool you are, giving the peace sign. That's what's up. Go to my website, coachingwithdralicia.com, and then you'll be able to I'll give someone to be in contact with you to give consultations. I do have consultations at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Y'all can follow me on Instagram. Please follow me on Instagram. I'm also on TikTok and other channels, just having fun on social media. But the biggest thing is to text the word love, LOVE, to 87948, and then you get all sorts of information on when I go live and some really cool things there. So let's get right into it. Okay. So as we finish chapter 5 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships, this is all about conflict, the conflict phase of a relationship, the very normal phase of a relationship. You want to see conflict because that's how you connect with another person, is to have conflict. So we are on page 165. Page 165. I thought this was interesting from David Rico to talk about this. He's saying we need to space the problem. Space the problem. I like this idea about spacing the problem. I'm going to read it in a second because I think that's the first key to mindfulness, is to create space between you and the problem. Why? Because sometimes you're in it and you can't see the forest for the trees, but if you space yourself from the problem, it gives you a better perspective. You can see the whole picture. And so this is how you space the problem. So let's listen up. Spacing the problem. By the way, get your journals out. Get your journals out. Page 165, chapter 5. Get your journals out because he's giving you instructions. Hey, Abel, how you doing? How you doing, Abel? Welcome, Abel. Love Abel. Okay, so let's go. Spacing the problem. Get your journals out. Draw a circle for a pie chart. In your journal, draw a circle. Describe the problem you are facing in writing in the center of the problem. So you need to think about a problem that you have with your significant other. What's the conflict? What's the conflict about? And then you shorten it down to maybe 1 or 2 words and you write it in the middle of the book, in the middle of the circle. Using the simplest possible terms, no editorializing. So don't be going on and on and on about it. Just write the phrase. For example, my partner left. Okay, my partner left. That's the problem. That's the issue. That's the conflict. That's the problem you have with your partner. Your partner left. This fact taken alone leads to appropriate grief. So when someone leaves, It's okay to feel like you miss them. You can sit with that. It's appropriate to feel like you have grief. Consider how the ego interferes by adding fear, attachment to an outcome, the need to control, blame, sense of abandonment, and so forth. Adults cannot be abandoned. When you are an adult in relationships, there's no such thing as being abandoned. Only children can be abandoned. If you are an adult, no one can abandon you. Someone can leave you, but they can't abandon you. Someone leaving you can bring up abandonment issues in you, but that person just left, and it's okay. Sometimes you need to say goodbye. Goodbye to you in this situation. It's okay. It's okay to say goodbye. It's not a disaster. Okay. It's what the ego attaches to it. It can add fear, scared, to be alone. Okay. Attachment to an outcome. Oh, I really wanted to get married this person, but that person left. You ain't getting married to them. So you were attached more to the outcome of being somebody's spouse than you were to what happened. Maybe you're just attached to the outcome. The need to control. Okay, so the person left and you didn't want them to leave. And so maybe the need to control is to get them to come back, manipulate them. Woo, sure, Lord. Blame. Oh, they just left because she got daddy issues. That's why she left. Maybe, maybe not, but they just left. You don't have to, it's just what happened in your circle. Or it can be a sense of abandonment. And I just talked about abandonment. These are all additional sources of unnecessary pain. So you need to deal with the fact that someone left, and you have to grieve that someone left. What meaning you attach to it is when you suffer. So I call it connecting to the pain of somebody leaving versus suffering because somebody left. You don't need to suffer. You can connect to the fact that you miss them, that you saying goodbye to them in this situation. That does not mean, it really does not mean you have to suffer because someone left, begging them to come back and getting them, manipulating them to do they just left. And it's fine. You can't control another person. So divide the pie to show the varying size of each of these pain sources. Each source of pain that somebody left, or whatever the situation. Y'all could write in here in the chat. I see you, Jen. I see you in here. So just put in the chat, what would be a source of conflict or pain? One thing I don't like when people call me names. Maybe someone called you a name. Maybe it could be anything. Hey, David, how you doing? I see you, David. Divide that chart to show all the sources of where you've suffered because of that. Given a visible indication of how you are being distracted from attending to the pure experience. Lying. Yes, somebody lies to you. Ooh, that hurts. That's painful. There's a grief process when someone lies to you. There's always a grief process. When something happens to you that hurts. That hurts. I'm grieving that because I thought that person wouldn't hurt me in that way. So you have to grieve the fact that it got missed. Good one. Okay. So giving visible indication of how you are being distracted from attending to the pure experience, which is simply that your partner left, or that your partner lied, or that your partner called you a name, whatever. Now draw the pie again with only the simple phrase in the center and notice the sense of space that results. Don't avoid. Yes. So today, y'all are so smart. LJ007 got it. Avoidance or unavailable emotionally, those things are painful. But to respond to that, you don't want to avoid the grief. You have to embrace the grief of what's happened to you. So this is how mindfulness puts space around our experience so they can be what they are and nothing else. They can be what they are. They just left. This in turn allows us to feel the pain of a situation, a loss, for instance, without the added suffering, I call it suffering, of the centrifugal forces our mind has generated. Boy, when someone leaves, that triggers all sorts of things. So you look at the incident, whatever's happening between you and your partner, you can put that in the center and then write about all of the things, how your mind kind of spirals out and say, oh gosh, I'm having these issues and this means this. You'd be surprised the trail of events that our mind puts us in when we have issues, when things happen that cause us a lot of pain, and we do all sorts of things to make sure that we do not experience this pain. So that's good. Y'all put that in your books, put that in your journal, and really look at a way of spacing the problem. I think this is a very effective way to deal with emotional pain and how to organize your feelings. You know, drawing that circle, it represents the pie chart in your journal. My partner left. It's a simple phrase. When you look at it like that, it's like you can mindfully look at what just happened and reflect on the emotions and thoughts that are complicating some of the experiences that we have around the fact that your partner left or your partner lied. You know, when someone leaves, that's not abandonment because I'm a grown woman. Yes, Jen. Goodbye to you. Yes, you're a grown woman. Somebody just left. And, you know, so it's important to just take a look at that. And I think this exercise is really good because sometimes we notice how we distract ourselves or pull ourselves away from experiencing the true pain of the event. Like, you lied to me. That hurt. Instead of adding all of these things. It's noisy outside my office. Mindfulness encourages us. You are something. I always get distracted when you come in here. I can't help it. I really struggle with like staying professional when my husband comes in. He makes me makes me warm when he's around me. Anyway. Okay. So we focus on the pure experience. My partner left without all of these mental additions that we tend to go through. So that's important. Okay. So moving along, let's continue with the next book, which is next part, which is really interesting. And before we continue, hello, everybody. I see more people have joined. I'm looking at How to Be an Adult in Relationships. We're reading from this book. We're looking at the 5 Keys of Mindful Loving by fellow social worker David Rico. I know I have to tell boys to stop. He's not trying to interrupt. He's really helping me out, but I just get distracted and I can't help but to acknowledge that he's around. But he's floating around here somewhere. Anyway, so the next part is distinguishing need from neediness. Okay. So how do we distinguish need from neediness? What do I seek in relationships when I am needy for childhood fulfillments? What do I seek when I have adult needs? Answer these questions by locating where you are on the following chart. Okay, so they got a chart. A needy child says versus a healthy adult says. So what a healthy adult says and what a needy child says, 2 different things. Let's look at this. A needy child says, end my loneliness. Whereas a healthy adult is going to say, be my companion while both of us respect each other's need to be alone at times. I'd like to have a companion, but if you can't come along, that's okay. I'll go by myself and I'll be okay. Or, you know what? I want to go alone at this. Saying that you need to have alone and recognizing when you'd like to have a companion. That's what adults do. A needy child says, make me feel good. Make me feel good. A healthy adult says, I can take responsibility for my own feelings and don't expect or need to feel good all the time. You don't need to be happy all the time. You don't need to feel good all the time. You decide how you want to feel. I like that whole idea. You make up your mind how you want to feel. Someone, and it's interesting because somebody can be rude. Someone could say things that are disrespectful. And people say things that are disrespectful all the time. But that doesn't mean I have to feel disrespected. I don't give you permission to make me feel disrespected unless I decide I'm going to give you permission. So you can say to somebody, wow, what you just said was very rude. You know, you can communicate to them about what they said, but that doesn't mean it has to be, it has to land on you as hurtful. You give someone permission to hurt you. So I think that's the difference there. Someone can say things that are verbally abusive, but that doesn't mean you need to be abused. You know, what you said was verbally abusive, but it's not going to come across to me. You're not abusing me because I don't give you permission to abuse me. That's what adults do. Children, a needy child can't help it. They can't help it. I like that one. Okay, a needy child says, give in to me. Do what I say, okay? But a healthy adult says, negotiate with me. Negotiate with me. I like negotiation in healthy relationships. That reminds me, I'm going to do a podcast on Mental Health Monday. We're going to talk about, should a wife submit to her husband? Because to me, it's like give in to me. Like a wife has to give in to her husband. I think a better conversation needs to be negotiate. Two couples in a relationship who are adults need to engage in the process of negotiation. That's going to be a heck of a topic. I can't wait to dig into that topic. Okay. A needy child says, never betray me, never lie to me or disappoint me. But a healthy adult says, I accept you as fallible and seek to address, process, and resolve issues with you. Issues with you. Now, if the other person doesn't want to participate in that, you can't make them participate in it. All you can do is say goodbye. You could leave. You're not abandoning anybody. You can be the one to leave. Okay. A needy child says, help me not to have fear. I depend on you. Where a healthy adult says, help me learn to love. We depend on each other. Interdependence. Not one person depending on another. There's an interdependence. I like that. A needy child says, totally fulfill my needs. I need you 100% to always be there to fulfill my needs. That's one I had to learn personally. But a healthy adult says, moderately fulfill my needs. You don't have to fulfill it all the time. It's okay. That's the one I had to like really learn. You can't, it's too much to have one person fulfill all of your needs. Like, that's just too much. Kevin Carter says, spouses in healthy relationships should submit to one another. Okay. Well, we're going to tackle that. We're going to tackle that. We're going to process that whole thing. I like to have an episode where we process that whole thing. And then we come out of it thinking, let's decide what is that really saying, and how should we really operate in a healthy relationship. But that's for a later conversation. Okay. A needy child says, help me repeat old painful scenarios from childhood and former relationships. Woo, you got to get sucked into old patterns. But a healthy adult says, I have more in the past, learned from it, and now want something better. So it's not your partner's responsibility to heal me. It's for me to be able to process painful things in the past, learn from it, and move forward with growth. I'm not going to repeat these patterns. I'm going to notice these patterns and grow from them. Healthy adult. A needy child says, indulge my ego. Woo! Indulge my ego. That's what a needy child says. It is not the job. This is another topic that I'm going to talk about. It is not the job of a wife to feed her husband's ego. It's her job to build him up. But you build him up not by feeding their ego. You build them up by loving them. Period. Okay. A healthy adult says, confront and free my ego. Free me from the fact that I need to be souped up, that I don't have a fountain from within, and I need a fountain from outside of me to fill me up. Confront me and free me of that need. That's what a healthy adult says. A needy child says, I demand 100% of my need fulfillment from you. Demand it. But a healthy adult says, I hope to get about 25% of my need fulfilled from you. You can't look for one person to fulfill your need. A needy child says, I am looking for stability outside of myself. Children need stability, and they can't create it. They need an adult there to help build the stability for them. But a healthy adult is saying, I am looking for a setting that honors and enriches the stability that I have inside. Woo! So he's saying, ask yourself these questions and journal your responses. Get your journals out. Ask yourself these questions. Which partner in my life have appealed to my adult self? So who are the people in my life who appeal to my adult self? Whom do I think of when I am at my best? Which partner appealed to my needy child self? Whose face comes up when I am at my lowest ebb? You might also ask, which of my hobbies and pastimes are nurturing me as an adult, which are coddling my inner child's neediness? So some people do things. Yes, LaRonda, got it. Stop letting the past distract you from moving forward to the future. Forgive and move on to build better habits and healthier relationships. Yes. Period. I love that. I'm sorry. I got teenagers in the house, so I got teenage jargon that comes out of me every once in a while. So excuse my teenage jargon going on. But that's what they be telling me when I talk. Okay. If you're having trouble locating the adult voice in you, the mirroring parent voice, tell your story to your friends. So he's saying, reach out, talk to people about this. You will hear your adult voice in their response. Is this because they are more adult than you? No, they are simply not deafened by the adult distorting decibels of your drama. Yeah, that word submit. I think we got to come up with a better word. I think it is 2025. It's time to come up with a better word, but we'll tackle that at a later time. Yeah, so this is really what y'all think about that. I think you do need to have a conversation with yourself about whether you are operating from a need to come across to your partner as needy versus a healthy adult. And there's stark differences between the two. A needy child, if you're operating from a needy child, you're operating from dependency. It sounds like you're operating from a place of fear. A place of love is adults. As a place of fear, when you're operating from a place of fear, you're operating from needy child. A needy child seeks external validation, seeks external stability to compensate for your insecurities inside. So when you're making statements like, end my loneliness, never betray me, totally fulfill all of my needs, all consuming need for reassurance on the outside, all of that is driven by some unresolved pain from past experiences. And it's not fair to rely heavily on other people to make sure they have these conditions, absolute perfect conditions. It's not realistic and it's not sustainable in a relationship to expect your partner to do so much. That is something I had to learn myself. I had to learn this. But healthy adults is where you need to approach relationships being balanced, being mature, having being responsible for how you feel. And I think that sort of mindset looks at the importance of companionship and respecting everybody's individuality. Y'all are not emerged two people like that. You're two separate people coming together, of course, but you want a companion, to respect each other. And so I think that's something that you need to do. You need to mourn the past. So how y'all doing? I see y'all in here. I see Riley. I see you, Riley. Yeah. Whose book is that? This book? How to Be an Adult in Relationships. For some of you all just coming in, it's the 5 Keys of Mindful Loving. Hey, everybody, I'm Dr. Alicia. I'm a therapist and a college professor, and I'm here today to talk about healthy relationships. Specifically, I'm talking about conflict. So it's our last day with how to deal with conflict, and we are talking about the needy child, operating from a needy child versus operating as a healthy adult. And now y'all know how to deal with conflict in a healthy way, how to deal with your triggers. You just look at what happened, you write it down on a piece of paper, and then you stop and think about the triggers. You separate distance, mindful communication, very mindful in how you interact even with yourself, and understanding that someone leaving you could bring up abandonment issues. It can bring up all of these issues for you. So this is so important to keep this in mind. And I think he's going to talk about how to communicate that with your partner. But we'll talk about that later. Let's see, what else do I want to tell you guys? Oh, I like for you guys to text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. Text the word love to 87948. You get all sorts of cool stuff. I was talking to Boyce today about information that I'm going to share with you guys about healthy relationships. So make sure you get on that mailing list. I think that would be the text list. It'll be some really cool things coming your way. Also, follow me on Instagram and TikTok if you want. Instagram is where I post the most. And so I'll be reinforcing messages on my Instagram. So please follow me there. How y'all doing? I see some of y'all coming in here. I like Clean Coochie Beats. How you doing? Adult Decibels. Yes. Juanita, how you doing? Embrace the pain. Pain is terrible, but guess what? Pain is inevitable. We agree. When all of us decide to place ourselves in our bodies, so I'm not Alicia, I'm just a sentient being living as Alicia right now. When I agreed for this, when I agreed to do this, you also agreed to pain. So experiencing pain is just a given in being human, but you don't have to suffer from it. And too many times we're suffering from stuff. What are y'all talking about, Elaine? Hi, Kevin. I was wondering too. Dr. Boyce says, I'm an overachiever. Oh, I don't know. Oh, gosh. Does he say that about me? It takes one to know one. That's what I'll say. He's calling me an overachiever. He's the one. But anyway, I won't get into that. So we're continuing on. We have discussed here how to space the problem. We've talked about distinguishing need from neediness. Oh, my goodness. That's so important. So we're on page 167, and we're talking about I can see clearly now, the day is done. How to see clearly. That's the next, seeing clearly. How do we do that in conflict, in relationships? How do we do this in an adult way? Okay, moving on. Seeing clearly. Probably the only issues that we treat matter-of-factly without melodrama or strong reaction are the ones with no connection to our past. Bam. So when you're making a mountain out of a molehill, it's linked to past. He just said it. Probably. He's saying probably because he's a therapist and he needs to not make out and out statements, but I think it's more than just probably. Definitely. The issues that we treat matter-of-factly, no melodrama, no strong reaction, and are the ones with no connection to our past. How about that? So our reaction to relationship issues corresponds to unprocessed pain from our past. That's what he's saying. How about that? And you know it's connected to something in your past because you make a big deal out of it. Hello. I see these conversations. Oh my goodness. We got all these conversations. Riley is not letting the submission conversation go. Oh my gosh, Riley. We're going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about it. I have thoughts about it, but I haven't. I'm going to reserve it for that conversation. I see you, Riley. Okay. Anyway, so this is what he's saying. The ones we shrug our shoulders about, there's no connection to the past. Admit to yourself that there is an element in most of your charged issues that harkens back to your past. You need to admit it. Admit it, because that's what's going on. Come on out with it. You got to admit it to yourself. Admit that that's what's happening. It's hearkening back to the past. List in your journal, pull your journals out, list in your journal some ways you may be keeping the past alive so that it sabotages your present relationships. What is it that you keep conjuring up over and over again, just getting it going? You could be projecting things onto your partner that your partner is not doing because it's unresolved issues that you haven't done. Projecting it onto the other person. Look at yourself first. Whew. Emily Dickinson. You know this is great when Emily Dickinson's they quoting Emily Dickinson. You know what she said? She wrote, "The shapes we buried dwell about, familiar in the rooms." I love poetry because this is very insightful. She is saying, the shapes we buried, the shapes that we buried, it dwells about, familiar in the rooms. So you think that the shapes, I think the shapes represents, the shapes symbolize this unresolved emotional patterns and experiences that linger within us. Those are the shapes. We think we buried them, but they still live in the room. So what it's saying is that the past, although seemingly buried, continues to influence the present, particularly in relationships. It lingers within us and subtly affects how we connect with others. Sometimes we sabotage relationships. Why? Because we're scared to get close. Why? Because everybody we get who's close to us hurts us in a way, and we never process that. So in order to see clearly in relationships, we have to recognize how these imprints from the past recognize them, address them within self-awareness, and you got to be honest with yourself in order to do it. Stop lying to yourself, because you're carrying the weight of these unhealed wounds. They're buried. Unexamined habits. It clouds your judgment. You can't even look at things that are going on. It's distorted. Cognitive distortions are real things. Unhealthy dynamics. And you have to confront and process these internal shapes that Emily Dickinson is talking about that can build relationships grounded. And that's how you get clarity and authenticity. Old fears and patterns can no longer dictate some of these new connections when you confront it. That's how you get intimacy. And that's how you're free from the shadows of the past. Thank you, Emily Dickinson. The shapes we bury dwell about, familiar in the rooms. Familiar. We recognize it. It's familiar to us. It's unconscious, by the way. It's an unconscious process. So you have to bring it up to the conscious. It's lingering. When something's lingering underneath, that's an unconscious thing. Okay. Moving along. When we find ourselves reacting sharply to someone's behavior or words, we may be acting appropriately, or we may be overreacting. When this happens, it is helpful to SEEC. That is, we ask ourselves, is it my shadow? Is it my ego? Or is it early life issues? You need to recognize when you're overreacting. Now, sometimes he's saying, sometimes you're not overreacting, and it has nothing to do with SEE. Shadow, what's SEE? Shadow, ego, and early life experiences. Wow. So when you find yourselves sharply reacting to someone's behaviors or words, that's when you need to become more mindful. That's when you need to say, it is worth pausing to consider if our reaction is rooted in some present situation or if it stems from something deeper within us. And to do this, what he's saying is that we need to figure out, is it my shadow? Is it my ego? Is it this early life issue? And reflect on this. That's really interesting. I think, what do I think about that? So what could be a scenario? Let's give an example. Maybe I'm, Boyce and I are carrying on and he forgets. Boyce can be very forgetful sometimes. So maybe he forgets our anniversary. Boyce, what's our wedding anniversary? And he totally forgets our anniversary, which he wouldn't do. But if he did, that would hurt my feelings, right? You find yourself feeling hurt deeply. Maybe I can react angrily, or maybe I could really go overboard. You forgot our anniversary. How dare you? And I could just get upset and just lose it and feel deeply hurt. Maybe I'm crying, or maybe I'm just acting out in a way. And so what he's saying is that, could it be my shadow? So one question that you may ask, could it be your shadow? Could it be maybe it's triggered because there's an underlying fear? Let's see, for him to forget our anniversary, maybe I feel like I have an insecurity that maybe I'm not important enough to him. Maybe I feel like Boyce is so, hypothetically, I don't think this, but maybe hypothetically you can feel your partner feels like everything else is more important than you. And that's why he forgot. If I was as important to him, if he really loved me the way he said he did, he wouldn't have forgotten our anniversary. You're attaching all of these things to the fact that someone just forgot your anniversary. Yeah, Kevin, he doesn't do this. He wouldn't. Kevin is thinking is real. No, Kevin, he never did this to me. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, well, let me just take him out of it. Okay. So 2 people are dating and one person forgets the anniversary and they get upset and they respond to it sharply. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? You forgot our anniversary. That means you really don't love me. That means I'm unimportant to you. This could be past insecurities, feeling as if you felt unimportant in the past and you never dealt with that pain. And so as soon as your partner forgets your anniversary, the first thing you do is put your hand up and be like, oh my goodness, he doesn't really love me like he said he would. You know, you're forgetting about all of the day-to-day things that they've done to show you that they love you, but you're putting so much on this important date, anniversary. That's the shadow, right? You're carrying along with you things that are buried, which is really, I'm not important. So maybe when you were growing up, someone in your past forgot your birthday, or someone in your past forgot to pick you up, or maybe you felt overlooked as a child. Maybe you felt unloved or unimportant, and it's coming up in your shadow side. It carries with you. Maybe it's your ego. Maybe, so that's S-E. Maybe it's your ego. Maybe your sense of importance. You need to be important and acknowledged. You need to have this, and you feel bruised because he forgot your anniversary, or perhaps it's an early life issue, what I just talked about, feelings of being neglected, feelings of experiences from childhood that are resurfacing in this moment. And so what he's asking you to do is to pause, to explore some of these things. You identify in yourself the true source of your emotions, because it can't just be this one moment. Emily Dickinson said, the shapes you bury still lingers in the room currently. You think it's gone, but it's still playing itself out. Shadow, ego, early life issues. Yes, Jen. Oh my gosh, that's what it is. So you need to run these conversations in your head to get a deeper understanding. And I'm thinking that you need to open the communication with your partner and share this with your partner. And hopefully you have a healthy relationship so that your partner hears that, and there's empathy and there's mutual respect as a response. Y'all gonna get this. Y'all gonna get this. Yeah. So let's see. What do they say? So he's saying the S-E-E, shadow. The shadow. The shadow is part of us that we disown, that we repress and deny, while we project it onto others. Projecting it onto others. It may be our shadow speaking when we notice others doing something that we would do, but we cannot admit that we would. We despise seeing the other, what is unconscious in ourselves. Our work is to befriend our shadow by acknowledging our own projection and reclaiming them onto yours. Wow. So looking at your shadow, you know, it's really interesting. Now I will tell a real story. When Boyce and I got married, and we started dating or whatever and making our relationship public, people automatically assumed, oh, she only with him for his money. And I'd be like, I'm with him for his money. They know nothing about me. They know nothing about our relationship. They don't, I'm with him for his money. You haven't looked at my checking account. So how do you know I don't have no money? You know, what they just assume certain things. But really what they're doing, they're projecting their shadow on our relationship, something they would do. So it speaks more about how they think about themselves. So I think I'll say it like that. Hello. So that's what people do. They project things onto other people, situations that is true in their own life that they can't handle. So it takes one to know one. If you think I'm only with Boyce for his money, then maybe you with your partner for their money. So maybe it's a shadow that you're projecting onto, because you don't know me. You don't know me. You don't live with me. You don't know how situations are. And I never really felt the need to defend it because I don't really care, you know. So yes, I think that's what it what it's about. So that's the shadow. What are you projecting on other people? The ego. As we have already seen, the ego is neurotic and inappropriate when it is driven by fear of not being accepted or by arrogance, retaliation, or entitlement. We have a bruised ego when we say, how dare you do this to me? Or I'll get you for this. I'm going to get you back for this. That's your ego talking. Don't you realize who I am? Why are you treating me this way? So yes, ego is the enemy. Thank you, Mike. Ego is the enemy. It's like, how dare you? Don't you know who I am? Get into ego creates nothing but fights, nothing but confusion. Ego stuff is really awful. Okay, and the other E, so it's shadow, ego, and the third E is early life issues. We may be reacting to early, unfinished business if we find ourselves thinking, you are replicating what was done to me in childhood. I see you recreating a scenario from the past that is highly charged for me. I am reacting to the present to a stimulus from the past. It feels like resemblance. Keats remarks, speaking of the ease of writing certain lines of poetry, how much of what we feel is just like that. Transactions that seem to be taking place in the here and now are actually throwbacks to the past in all three of these ways. All three of these ways. Take a recent experience with someone who distressed you. Okay, y'all. In the chat, write down a recent experience of someone who distressed you. I can think of several. Several experiences. So write them down. Yes, Michael. History is repeating itself. It can. It always. If you don't learn from it, you know what they say? If you don't learn from history, it will repeat itself. So write down, if y'all care to, in the chat, write down something someone did to you to irritate you. What they do. What they do. Okay. So write down. Ask yourself, does he upset me because I'm projecting my shadow? Lied on me. Okay. So is Trump going to be Caesar since Trump wants to be a dictator? He showed us when to be a dictator. Lied, stole my stuff. Woo, boy. Upset. Riley, you are so hilarious. I love you, Riley. Yes, you are so funny. Okay. So things that someone does that upsets you. Yes. Yes. Picking on African nation. We're going to talk about politics, but not today. Okay. Stop distracting me from the chat. Y'all are interested. Being lied to. Yes, Mobetta. Mobetta Brown. Yes. Distracting. Okay. So lied to you, told on you, stole your stuff, all of the stuff that happens to you that should not have happened to you. You need to feel pain, right? The pain of that. And it's grief because you thought you could trust somebody and you couldn't. They stole your stuff. They lied on you. They disrespected you. All of those things that they did, you thought you could trust them. But what he's saying you need to do, ask yourself, does he upset me because I'm projecting my shadow onto him and seeing the worst of myself in him? Am I reacting this way because my entitled ego is outraged? Am I having all of these feelings because something from my early life is being resurrected? The same SEE technique is useful for exploring any of our attitudes, beliefs, reactions, biases, or causes for upset. Make an ongoing commitment to SEE, the three aspects within, to bring them out into the open. Why did you trust somebody that you had no business trusting? What is going on that you didn't see the red flags? What did you ignore that you didn't ignore? I mean, there are a lot of questions that happen. So it's interesting because I don't think he's blaming the victim. What I'm thinking he's saying to you is to take control of when somebody does something to you that they didn't do to you. When you're an adult, when you're a child, you need people to protect you. But when you're an adult, you take responsibility for that. And I always do. Like when someone does something and they throw me off and I'm like, woo, I didn't know that. I always take inventory. What did I miss? What is it that I didn't do? Okay, maybe my ego got me trusting this person because I assumed certain things about someone and I didn't do it. Trust takes time. You have to earn somebody's trust. You can't just trust somebody out and out. So maybe I'm too trusting. Where did I learn to be too trusting? These are the things you have to look at. You really do need to look at yourself with all your problems. It's true. It really is true. Every problem I have, I always have to look at myself. Always. Okay. Make an ongoing commitment to SEE, these three suspects within, to bring them out into the open. Yes. Okay. Sometimes we act upset, and it is not the shadow or the ego or even early material. Upset sometimes means grieved. We are sad because something has not gone our way, or something or someone has hurt or disappointed us. So sometimes we need to process the grief attached to that disappointment. Grief is a reaction when we fail to recognize, admit, or feel. We prefer to use anger to cover up the grief. Am I too trusting? Yes, Carter. For instance, we may be upset because our partner doesn't speak up about her feelings toward us, so we are always guessing at her reactions. We may react angrily when our bedrock reaction may be grief, that she cannot be sincere and open with us. The most frequently disguised feeling in a relationship is grief. Yes, the most. The disappointment that you feel, you have to grieve it because you're like, I expected something else and my expectations weren't met. And it's okay to have expectations in relationship. The most frequently disguised feelings in relationship is grief. Coming to the terms of the fact that your partner is not perfect. You have to grieve that, because when you're first dating, you think that your partner is perfect, and you have to grieve the fact that your partner is not perfect. So this makes sense to me. So it is useful to look there first for our authentic inner reaction to painful stimuli. It hurts. You have to grieve that. Trade griefs with your partner. So the last exercise he has, take turns completing this sentence. I am sad when you blank. And you may want to add, and I hide my sadness by, I like that. Having these conversations with your partner about what they do that makes you sad and how you cover it up. I also think it's important to ask for what you want in your relationship. Invite that person to give you what you want. And remember, they 100% can't do it. Yes, Jen, I am sad when you, and I hide my sadness by, sometimes we hide. Or I'm mad at you, or I'm grieving this. I'm grieving the fact that I thought my husband would be able to do X, Y, Z, and you didn't. And so I'm grieving this, and that makes me sad. And how I hide my sadness is this way. Sometimes you joke about it, laugh about it. You hide your sadness in all these different ways. So important. Okay, so he ends with this quote. I love the quotes. Okay. Last sentence to chapter 5. It's the great mystery of human life that old grief passes gradually into quiet, tender joy. Quiet, tender joy. Interesting. It is the great mystery of human life that old grief passes gradually into quiet, tender joy. His name is Fyodor Dostoevsky in The Brothers Karamazov. I can't pronounce it, but Dostoevsky's Reflection. So Dostoevsky, I think I'm messing his name up, but what he's saying is that the mystery of life, that old grief passes gradually into quiet, tender joy. That is promising. That's saying it speaks to the potential of transformation inherent in this process of connecting to your grief. We allow ourselves to grieve, acknowledge our emotions, explore where it's coming from, the deeper roots of it, and we create space for healing and growth. That's the only way to do it. Remember, David Rico says you have to go through the pain. You have to go through it in order to grow from it. So over time, all of the emotional work that we've been talking about, we really are talking about how you can deal with your own emotional work and how you can use illustrations or issues in your relationship to not fix the other person, but to turn around and try to find out more about yourself. And so that emotional work, according to this quote, is that, yes, Black lexicon, it can lead you to this tender joy. Thank you. You got it, Black lexicon. Tender joy. And that's, to me, what's tender joy for you guys? Oh, wait, tender joy, tender joy. Yes. What does tender joy mean for y'all? For me, it's a sense of peace that emerges, because I think for me, when I explore how I feel about things, I understand myself more. and I understand, and because I understand myself more, I understand relationships more. And sometimes I feel disappointed. Like, I get disappointed all the time because I have expectations. But I think this sort of perspective that we're talking about today reminds us that pain can be an opportunity for renewal. It can enable us to have a stronger connection with other people. Empathy, forgiveness, love, all of that is connecting with who and what you are. That's what I say. And guess what? And that's the end of chapter 5. Chapter 5, this is, David Rico, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. He's tricky. He just ended the chapter talking about how to deal with conflict, and really how to deal with conflict is how to deal with your inner conflict. Oh my gosh, really, David Rico, you're going to have us deal with our own issues. So this says when you have conflict with a significant other, really what you need to do is make space, separate yourself from it, and stop and be mindful of how you're reacting. It's your responsibility to do this. And hopefully, if you're in a healthy relationship, your partner will do this with you so that both of you guys can grow together. Yes. Yes, Margaret. Margaret, this is beautiful. She says, I'm sad when you don't take my words seriously, and I hide my sadness by shutting down, shutting down, burying it deep inside. Thank you. That is beautiful. You should share that with your partner. Hopefully you have a nice, empathetic partner who will do the same, who will say, talk about all the different pain places. Yes, Nalisha, yes. So anyway, we're done with chapter 5. We're going on to chapter 6. Let's see, am I busy next weekend? What am I doing next? I'm not busy, so I'll be back. I got nothing going on. But you don't know, in my world, something could pop up. But if nothing pops up, I'll be back. I'll be back here next Sunday on the 23rd, and we'll be on to chapter 6 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships, the 5 Keys to Mindful Loving. Thank you, David Rico. He did a wonderful job. I love this book. And we're at chapter 6, so we're almost at the end of the book. So we need to start thinking about what our next book is going to be. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. I really appreciate you all. I love the chat. Y'all are so great. Don't forget, there's my website, coachingwithdralicia.com. You can fill that out. Don't forget to text, Lord. Don't forget, not morning. Don't forget to text love to 87948. Morning, I think that's Voice's text. Mine is love. Text love to 87948. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And there's my website if you need to meet with me. I appreciate everybody. Goodbye, everyone. See you next week.
Welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Well, welcome to Monday. Did you like that? I thought that was the key.
Okay.
I love it.
Okay. Intro.
Listen, welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. Today, it's Monday, so we're going to dive into a story that's got us questioning whether it's better to cash out or stand up. We got so much going on in the world right now, right? So on one hand, we've got H&M allegedly offering a Black woman $100,000 to quietly end their partnership, basically trying to buy her out while keeping the brand name and programs alive. And on the other hand, we've got Black women buying in with a powerful boycott at Costco to support the store's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. Other words, DEI, right? That's the trigger word for people nowadays, DEI. Is it better to buy out or boycott? Should we be celebrating corporate accountability or calling out corporations that are trying to use us for profit without real partnership? We're going to break it all down today, but you got two of us queens today. You got Marla Layson, TV film producer, and me, Lala Key, international real estate agent. And how are you, Marlo? How was your weekend this week?
You know, I'm great. I'm happy to be here with my favorite people talking about all the things, right?
All the things, all the things. So listen, we don't really have a video for the H&M, but H&M always seems to have a problem with us, like especially since 2018, right? Like in 2018, they got in trouble for an advertisement. And let's say that they're also a Swedish company. They got in trouble for putting an advertisement of a beautiful little Black boy with a shirt that said, "The coolest monkey in the jungle." And there was a massive outrage for that, including, Africa had issues with that. They had to pull it. They had to apologize. And they thought they had got that over. Well, then 2 years later, they got in trouble again because of what they labeled a purple beanie that was internally seen in their company. And they used the N-word to describe that beanie. It said the N-word beanie hat. And so that got leaked. And so it seems like here we are back in it again. Are they really trying to appease our people or not, right? So I want to kind of get into that. But first, I want to acknowledge some of our people that we always have. We love you. Thank you and welcome. We want you to be a part of this conversation. Double A, Deborah, Dr. Vibe, Laverne Brown, Big We love it when you hear Big Mac. So we also have Derek Jordan today. And so therefore, I just want to kind of get your initial feelings about how you feel about H&M first, Marlo.
They're okay, right? They are, kind of the beginning of fast fashion, and I don't know. I don't have any particular feelings. I think every time these companies get into some kind of issue, right? Whether it's the little kid in the monkey shirt, whether it's the N-word beanie, whatever it is, I think every time these companies find themselves in hot water, what we learn about the companies is that they don't have diverse leadership. They don't have diverse design teams. They don't have diverse, marketing and creative teams. So of course these things are going to happen. I think people shop where you want to shop, because the people they're not going to stop. They're going to support it. And then I don't know that there's an incentive for the companies to really do anything. But you did mention that it's a Swedish company. So I often question, even though they operate in America, I'm sure a majority of their sales are U.S. sales because we are a consumer economy. I wonder if part of it is us putting our Americanness, inserting our own, American racial unresolved issues into everybody else's culture. So I think a little bit of both of those things are at play.
I think you're right. And that's one thing I also did want to bring up with them being an overseas company. They do things totally different in the EU. They always have, and they always will. Now, they love to tap into the American market, just like you said, because we are consumers. We buy everything. But a lot of the times, the same things that they say over in Europe don't have the same connotation that they have over in America. So when it translates, it doesn't translate well. This is where I think it's really important that these type of companies, if they're planning on selling in different countries where this is offensive, because I did say Africa had an issue with this too, they need to bring people in that represent those countries, that somebody could definitely look at what they're doing and what they're saying. Now, Deborah said, we as Black community need to stop effing with H&M. And there's been a lot of drama, not just those two things, but once again, they're cheap clothes, and they also have larger sizes. And let's face it, a lot of our community are looking for the larger sizes. And, they have that going on. So Marlo, my question to you is, with that being said, that we know that they offered her, when I say her, let's say her name. Let's pull up some of those graphics with that. Her name is Nikki Porsche, and she is the owner or the representative for Buy Black. So buy from a Black woman. So this is the lady that they have offered to give $100,000 to sell out of what they're doing. And I don't doubt that this is part of the getting rid of the DEI thing. But as you can see, she's really been pushing this for a long time. And, it takes a lot of time for us to get into these spaces. But, I want to ask you this before we take a little break. Do you think that she made the right choice by refusing the money and bringing it to the public's eye?
I mean, how effective will it be? I think that'll determine whether or not it's the right decision, right? What happens after this refusal? Does H&M come back to the table and say, okay, we'll keep the brands, but maybe they're not in all stores, or maybe they make some type of corporate decision that actually is doing a disservice to these brands, right? Or do they just kind of stalemate and not market, not promote, maybe give these products, just ease them out of stores slowly but surely until we get to the end of this contract? So I think the efficacy of this, whatever her protest is, I don't know if it's that she thinks it's undervalued. Is the $100,000 not enough? Is she just making a stand? Was she just bringing it to light? I think what your intention is and what the results are will show whether or not this was an effective form of protest or heightening. Because I don't ever want to do business with anybody. You want to buy me out, then I probably want to get out as quickly as possible. But that's just who I am, right? So I think it depends on what her end game is, whether or not this is found to be effective.
I have to agree. And just a few weeks ago, we talked about Tabitha and Target. And that made me, my question in my mind was, would Tabitha have walked away with the money or still stayed in Target too? I'd like to hear what some of our viewership's thoughts are on this. Please let us know. We would love to see what your thoughts are, because mine's kind of all over the place. Because my thing is, if I see you don't want me around, then why do I want to stay around? Because that's just going to be a point of contention.
And you know, Tabitha, with that whole Target situation, she came out with an ambassadorship for Clover, which is a point of sale. You know, they do all kind of point of sale, web-based sale type of checkout systems. So maybe she is preparing to be able to do her own distribution, and the deal with Clover is the first. So, you know, we won't know until the next announcement is made. But I think that people, you know, you have to figure out a way to take your marketing and sales into your own hands, because these corporations are only going to deal with you as long as it's expedient and profitable.
And when they have no reason to keep you around because of the laws, don't think they're going to stick around at all. So we're going to take a deep breath on that, because that actually sticks in my craw quite a bit. We're going to take a deep break, and we'll be right back.
Woo! It's a good show right here. But I'm biased. If you are just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I'm the proud producer of this show because it is lit. If you want to receive notifications for when we go live Monday through Friday, 1 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All you have to do is text the word Queens to 87948. That's Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Also, if you want to grow your money and not blow your money, all you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, there's courses, there's free giveaways. There's just no reason to be broke in 2025. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoney.com. Obviously, you don't want to be entertained here. You want to know enough to grow. Wait, I need to put that on a shirt. You got to know to grow. Got to know to grow. So know and grow with flynubianmoney.com.
With flynubianmoney.com, that's what we do every day, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are educating you. We are keeping you on top of what's going on in the world, because I have to tell you, there's a lot of times that the things that are being sent to you are not everything that they're trying to hide. So you're getting what they want you to see. However, we're bringing out things that you need to see that affect our community. And so that you don't want to miss that, you want to make sure that you text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, and then hit that website to go get you some free resources to help you up your game and protect your financial house. So I want to jump back into this conversation. Big Mac said hard decisions, $100,000 at worth. Is it worth it though? And then Aline says she's worth more than that. And then Big Mac once again says everyone has a sellout price, but it's what you do after the fact. I want to hear your thoughts about that, Marlo. How do you feel about that comment?
I think that most people do have a sellout price. It just depends on that. And I was looking in our break, I caught an article from Afrotech, just looking for a little bit more color around this conversation. And they are saying that her argument basically is that this is a low ball, and that she has brought millions of dollars in revenue, right, from these Black-owned brands. She went on a tour to Black cities, you know, including Houston, Philly, Baltimore. I think Los Angeles is in there, where she went to, you know, Black manufacturers, Black designers, and said, hey, this is the opportunity of a lifetime. So she really was H&M's mouthpiece through this, right? And it's the old bait and switch that we've seen so many times. They feel like they don't need an intercessor anymore, is what it, you know, through my quick scan of the facts, H&M seems like they feel like they don't need an intercessor. They don't need this woman, right, who made their brand cool, hip, and accessible to Black people, the person who went and said, hey, I know they had the monkey shirts, because she comes after that incident, right? So she's the one that's going out saying, hey, to avoid the monkey shirts, right, we're going to put these black brands with these great messages, put likenesses of black people out front so that we can change this narrative. And she went on a tour, and she sold this on behalf of this corporation, right? She made it palatable for people who just a few months prior had a visceral reaction to this advertising that they were pushing. So I think that for her, they are trying to edge her out quietly, but they'll also be able to maintain the relationships that she was the bridge between. And so from this Afrotech article I caught, that seems to be what her biggest complaint is, because she did file suit against them as well.
I think that you're exactly right. When they see they don't need the middle person anymore, and they've already got those connections that they have used from that middle person, that they no longer see any use for you. This is nothing new. This has actually been done in businesses for centuries. Anytime that you can cut out the middleman, didn't that used to be a phrase? Cut out the middleman, go straight to the source. That's what they've got to do. Now, me personally, would I have taken the money or stood my ground? I think I would have stood my ground on this, because I have to agree. I think that $100,000 is a low ball for what all she's done, especially after you had to rebrand yourself after what you've done with the little boy. And then on top of that, then you still had somebody internally rename a beanie the N-word, and you still have someone still speaking up for you. I have to admit, though, after that little boy incident advertising, I've not been back to H&M. I never was a huge shopper at H&M. Y'all know I love me some Target, but once Target rolled it back, I was done with them too.
I'm a thick thigh girl. I can't fit too much in H&M to begin with outside of a top. So it never was a destination for me, because my body type and the body type that's ideal for their client base are not the same. So I definitely couldn't tell you the last time that I shopped at H&M. But it is interesting to me. Like, she did over 100 workshops. She helped people get business grants. Like, she was really doing the work of what H&M should have already had an internal department doing. And for them to do it quietly is so sneaky, right? Because she is I trust you, right? You messing with H&M, I'm messing with you. That's how these types of relationships are. And so for them to want to do it like on a backdoor, sneaky side, and just kind of ease her out, it tells you a lot about who H&M, the leadership is at their core, because they didn't even want to. I think that they knew, had they made a big announcement, a lot of those brands would have been like, well, who's going to be my point person? How does what she was doing for me look in the new scope of things? And they didn't want to answer those questions because they didn't have answers. They just looked at the fact that they were making money off whatever these designs, these pieces are in their stores, and they were looking to make more money. And they would make more money if they didn't have that little extra ring-a-ding contract in there with her. So it's dirty in these corporate spaces all the time.
All the time. But here's what I think what they're going to find out in this political climate that we have. America and Black America are taking a harder stand than I think that they thought we would. I think a lot of these companies are being surprised about how much we are truly standing out and stopping our buying power. And now we've already established that we have the 2 trillion, right? We have 2 trillion, and we are now looking for Black companies. And I have to say, Elaine, you're right on target. She can also take that same talent and grow another Black business. Yes, she can. And I hope that she does. But let's also be very, very honest that it takes a lot of energy, a lot of resources, and a lot of the things that we used to have to fall back on, grants and something like that, we no longer have. So it makes it even harder for us to create the newer spaces when we get pushed out of the door and then there are no more grants at all for you to even tap into.
And if you think about it, if you've ever been brought in kind of to grow or expand a thing, the value of resources that you have when you go into that space and you're charged with creating a new thing is totally different than the resources and the infrastructure that you have when you're starting your own thing. So starting your own thing definitely sounds like something maybe she could have or should have been working on in the background or preparing for this day to come, right? But H&M had already had this strong brand name. They already had, space in the marketplace. They already had valuation and all the things that open up resources so that you can go to over 100, do over 100 meetings and gatherings for people, right? It takes money to travel. It takes money to find a space. It takes money to rent an event space hall and do those sorts of things so that you can get that proper outreach. And again, it always for me boils down to what infrastructure do Black people have amongst ourselves that we can start to exploit, not in a bad way exploit, but understand and know, and then grow to create our own spaces that mirror and even compete with those mainstream spaces. And right now we don't, because H&M was definitely pulling the heavy weight, and in terms of money that helped her do this outreach to these brands.
Exactly. So we also in our communities have to understand that if that's what we want and that's what we're demanding, then we also have to be willing to help build our own as well. Because if we don't, you can sit back and fuss about it all day long. But if we don't have the resources to tap into, then we will not be able to build. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying that it would be really more difficult than you think if we don't have the support of the community. And with that being said, we're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
I know you're busy, you got things to do, and you can't take us on the go with you every single day. Good news for you. We are now on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, now you can listen to us on Spotify. Search Fly Nubian Money and all the episodes shall appear. All you have to do is like, subscribe, leave a 5-star rating, leave some comments, tell people how you love us so that when other people come along and are looking for a great show to watch, they can find Fly Nubian Money too. One last thing, and just in case you've been sitting under a rock, Fly Nubian Money now has an investment club. We are the Fly Nubian Money Club. It's easy. All you have to do is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and I am committed to bringing in top experts from all industries to help you level up. They're teaching us the skills that we need to compete in this market. We often say that nobody is coming to save us, not the government, but guess what? We're coming to save us. I'm coming to save you with the Fly Nubian Money Club. So listen, all you have to do again is go to flynubianmoneyclub.com. We have a 30-day free trial set up just for you, just for those people that are struggling. Even if you ain't struggling, you ain't got to struggle. I'm coming. Okay, let me stop playing. I'll see you soon.
Listen, we just had a fantastic training this weekend. And if you missed out on it, you need to make sure that you sign up today. We do have a free trial, but after that free trial comes, I know you're going to want to stick around because you have had so many trainings since the beginning of this year that you need to sign up now. You're going to find all of them very valuable. FlyNubianMoneyClub.com. You've had me, you've had Marlo, you've had Constance, you've had Vanessa Gopal, you've had Alicia, you've had a lot of us. Okay, and you can expect more so that we can help you up your game and learn new skills. So make sure that you sign up today at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Now listen, I have a question for you because this is always one that we always ask because I've really been trying to dig into this because we're gonna continue to see this, Marlo. We're going to continue to see this. So do you think that there are any legal protections for small businesses and owners in situations like this?
No, not many. I mean, if we just and this is totally not political, it's based on business, it's based on fact. We look at our current president, and part of his strategy in business was to squash the smaller business, right? So you come to him and you say something hadn't been paid, and you take me to court. Now your business is tied up in litigation. His lawyers are savvy, they drag it on and on, right? So I don't think that there is a recourse for small businesses, other than other small businesses to look at that and rally around it and be determined to do business with corporations that do good business and not do business with businesses that don't have corporate values that are aligned with their values, right? We always talk about alignment, but you don't have alignment in your corporate partner. You just got money in them, right? I'm looking at the same article, and the lady was, so H&M had her part of the sustainability team. Then they moved her over and put her program under the diversity, equity, and inclusion team. And that's actually when it tanked. Putting it under the DEI is actually when it tanked, right? And so read into that what you will, but there are a lot of groups that are included in diversity, equity, inclusion, right? So once you have this thing that's supposed to support Black women businesses specifically, and now you have to open that up, then certainly the women who that was created for now get marginalized within that community as you spread this diversity. So I think, again, we see when DEI strikes, Black people get struck hardest, and it's not really for us, not in a totality. So
exactly,
do good business, align yourself with businesses that do good business.
That's right. That's right. And I think one of the most misconceptions, period, about DEI is it's always us. It's us and the other brown community. Nah,
it ain't.
Nah, it is not.
Open the door for everybody that is part of a marginalized subset, which further marginalizes the original marginalized subsets of America.
And that includes white faces too. So white women, y'all better get it together because y'all part of this. Now listen, Big Mac said we sometimes have to take the emotions out of business and concentrate on the bottom line. I do agree with that. A lot that good, you always hear the phrase business is business, but not all business is good business, right? Ellen says we as Black people have the money to support our own. We have to learn how they did it and grow our own. Well, they left really good blueprints, and I have a feeling that if we follow those blueprints, we'll be just as successful. And Karen said, gotta shout out. Karen said this weekend's presentation was all that and a bag of chips. So there is a promote for you if you haven't been in the Fly Nubian Money Club. Now listen, we've talked about this a lot, but there's a flip side to all of this as well. Just as much as we're seeing things like this happen in many corporations, we are also seeing a positive side for the companies who are standing firm. So I want you to check out this video, and we're going to get into it. So check this out.
We need to talk about Costco for a minute. Yes, Costco. Well, a ton of companies are walking back DEI programs right now. Costco's taking the opposite approach. They're actually standing by their values. They're doubling down and proving that they understand that diversity throughout their companies, across their shelf space, and with their consumers is actually phenomenal for business. And to be honest with you, it's really that simple. But so many companies right now are just trying to appease presidents or keep profits concentrated at the board level or with their highest execs. When really, it doesn't have to be that way. Everyone can win. Honestly, I think I'm going to go to Costco. We need to talk about Costco.
Baby, Costco has always been, I love Costco's. I never went to Sam's. I never went to BJ's. I have been a Costco member since 2005, and I have never given up my membership. So we're going to switch gears, and we're going to talk about this positive movement. Costco's Buycott is organized by Black Women's Roundtable. So instead of boycotting, they are supporting companies that stand by diversity and inclusion. Are boycotts more effective than boycott? So that's what I want to talk about now. So from what you just saw here, Marlo, do you think that boycotts are more effective than boycotts when it comes to making changes?
I think if the decision makers within the company understand where that additional support is coming from, right? If they just feel like this is an anomaly and they having fun taking the ride, then no, because you'll get new leadership with different values that comes in like a wrecking ball and changes all of that. So I think that the company has to be aware that the support is being driven by, we like what you're doing, do more of that. And if Costco is aware, certainly they should lean into that and make sure that any corporate leadership that they bring in fits into what they're already doing as a corporation, as opposed to changing who they are as a corporation to fit into a new mold. But I think it all depends on the corporate conversations that are being had, and do they understand what this is, or instead of being delusional about where that additional support is coming from.
You know, what I love about this is Costco and a couple of other companies as well took a firm stand about not being bullied into getting rid of DEI programs. And they are a private company. They should be allowed to do whatever they want to do. They're a private company with stockholders. So to enforce that and to send their message even further, they took it to the stockholders and they said, what do you want us to do? Because this is what we think you want us to do, but do you? And every last one of those stockholders said, no, we are standing firm. We're going to continue with our DEI programs, and we are not going to be bullied into this. Now, with that being said, they are also now being targeted by the GOP and a lot of GOP, what I call hound dogs, trying to bully them even further, but they are still standing firm on what they're doing. So with that being said, do you think, Marlo, that more organizations that focus on supporting us should also be supported by us? Like, we know that they're doing that. Do you think it's justified that we continue to go and show that our buying power is still powerful?
Absolutely. There is free market capitalism. It's a real thing. And that part of that is the consumer choice to shop wherever they want. And I think that people with as much buying power as Black Americans have, we definitely need to understand the power of the purchase, right? And be supporting people who adhere to our values, not just because this is cute or that's nice or even cheap, right? Sometimes you cheap your way right into the Walmart descendant lady, Betsy DeVos, in the education department, right? And starting the beginning trickles of dismantling the Department of Education. So sometimes you can support cheap and support nothing that is good for you or your community. And then sometimes you can support luxury, and luxury is not in support of you and your community, right? So I think that we need to take our purchasing power much more seriously as Black people, for sure. And support who supports you, support who is giving you what you need in terms of everything as a consumer. Yeah. That's all.
I have to agree. I mean, I am very careful about who I'm spending money with. I always have been, but when we didn't have these issues come up, then I was a little more flippant with it. I would buy Black products when I can and when they're on the shelves. But then after this, I'm like, nah, I cannot just justify my hard-earned money going towards someone who doesn't support me or my community. We had Dr. Vibe Show said what we need to do is create a Costco that we own. I think that's smart. We're talking about warehousing and things of that nature. That would be one we can tap into. And Dominique says Black women are extremely smart and absolutely capable of doing anything we put our minds to. You got that right. But sometimes some people like to make sure that the leaders, or whoever decides what leader they like to follow, are also on board with this. So I want you to check this video out because Al Sharpton and the mayor and supporters organized around this boycott at Costco in New Jersey. This is in New Jersey. And as you can see, look at how many of us are there showing our support for this. We want to make sure that they uphold their DEI practices to local Black and brown communities. And New Jersey showed up in a big way. Now, this was on February 1st. I know some people have problems with Reverend Al Sharpton. Listen, I don't care who's there as long as we show up like this. Look at us. Ain't we beautiful? And we all got money. Look, people even recording it because they love seeing us. The bottom line is our money is powerful. We can help to uplift your business if you also turn around and uplift us as a community. Look at this. That makes me happy. Marlo, how does that make you feel?
I like it. I hope that, part of me is a cynic, right? Maybe it's because of what I do for my day job. Maybe it's just al natural. I don't know. But I know that in this day and age, people love to be part of a thing that's popping, right? People love to be part of something that's going to go viral, everybody going to be talking about it. But what do you do on the days when Reverend Al Sharpton and the mayor are not there? What do you do on the days when there is no viral moment to be had? I think, to me, that's more important, right? It's like, what is your day-to-day intention? How do you support companies that put money into your community, that support your values, that don't take your money and then deny every Black candidate that applies, right? Like, how do you do that every day with intention? I think I'm more interested in, of course, I love to see a wave of Black folks doing anything, but what you gonna do tomorrow, right, to further the cause, I think is more important to me. It has more value than the moment, right, when we're all aware that this is something big is happening.
I agree with you. And I think it is really realistic that we expect our community to rally around boycotts or Black businesses that we already own. I know that sounds crazy. Everybody's like, I'm gonna do what I want to do. Yes, I know, but you're either gonna be a part of the solution or a part of the problem. And guess what? My husband and I had the whole world planned out this weekend. Let me tell y'all that we sat down and we understand that not everything is going to be important to everybody. So you have to pick what fight you want to pick up, but it still can be within the same community and under the umbrella. If you like education and that's what you want to go and fight for, that's your expertise, then go do that. If you want to fight the buying piece, then go and do that. Everybody has something where they have drawn the line, but as long as we come together as a big community. And what's my thing to say? If you are not going to help, surely don't harm, right? Then get on board and pick which battle you want to pick up, because there's a unified thing going on. Just pick your little flag on which one you're ready to do, right? So with that being said, I want to hear what your flag is. What banner under all of this that we are going through with this racist regime, and yes, I said it, this racist regime. Okay, and I will say it again, racist regime, are you going to pick up your banner and fight for? I want to hear you, family. Which one are you going to stand behind and why? We're going to take a deep, I keep saying a deep, we're going to take a deep breath. We're going to take a quick, deep breath. We'll be right back.
Are you a Black business owner looking to expand your reach? Well, has Fly Nubian Money got good news for you? We are building a Black business directory to connect you with customers who need your services. And here is the best part. It is absolutely free. Email us at info@realvirtual.net. Send us your business name. Tell us a little bit about what you do, what services you offer, your website address, and your contact information. That's it. Together, we are going to build and circulate the Black dollar. Get listed today and start connecting with people who are probably already looking for you.
Listen, we are working on it, okay? But in order to work on it, we need more of you who have products and services that you want to put out there. So, because people are not probably looking for you, they are looking for you. We're talking about that today. And we need a good place to find you. Well, if you want to, it's free. Go ahead and send your information to us about your product and your service and send it to info@realvirtual.net, info@REELVIRTUAL.net. Now, here's what I want you to do. In your subject line, I want you to make sure that you put in Black Business Directory and then put your name, your company name, your email, your phone number, your website, and a little bio about you so that people will know what you do, and then they will be giving you a call or an email about what they need. We're looking for all businesses. So the question is, every time we get it, what do we do? Where do we go? We're working on it for you. As Tiara always says, she's coming to save us. She coming to save us on her right horse, right? Forget me. Tiara's coming to save us. So make sure that you get that in there so that more we have, the more we can keep our money in our communities, right? So now here's a good question for you. I want to know what your thoughts are. And as you too, viewership, our family, do you think that boycotts are more impactful than boycotts in the term of creating change?
No.
Okay.
I think that boycotts, if a boycott is explicitly related to a thing, I think that they will modify or they will adjust to the pain, right? But I think that a boycott, right, if you aren't looking at your buyers as demographic, right, if you're not seeing them as segments of, who's buying this, who's buying that, if you're not seeing, if all you're seeing is the bottom line number, then no, because you think you're just having a great day, right? There's no correlation, right? So in the data that is presented at the Costco annual stockholder meetings, if this information is not broken down, I can almost guarantee you that within 5 years, they'll have new leadership that has a new focus, right, that is not going to pay attention to this data and where these additional sales came from. If the boycott is even showing big gains for Costco, right? But I think that the boycott is certainly more effective because it creates a source of pain and they have to adjust. Either we're going to adjust to the pain and keep going because this is who we are as a company, or we're going to adjust to the pain and give these people what they want because we cannot sustain without this segment of our buying audience. So I do think that the boycott is more effective. I think the boycott is a great way to say I love you, though.
I think so too. And I think the more and more we get out of the mainstream media and we start really looking at those who are reporting boots on the ground that are not getting part of the compromised part of the media that we have, the more we will see that these things are working. Now, before the break, I asked many of you which banner you wanted to take up underneath this umbrella of showing how much power we have and our worth to these corporations and to this government. And Karen answered and said education. Her banner is education. I have a nephew with autism, and so I don't want him to have any setbacks because he can't get the education and additional services he needs to thrive. Karen, we're with you, and we're very happy that you are ready to pick up that banner, because if we all try to pick up all the banners all the time, we can't pay attention to what's going on. Marla, what about you? What would your banner be?
I think that my banner would definitely be, I want to watch the legislators. I want to watch at state levels what state lawmakers are doing, right? Because 9 times out of 10, what's going on in Texas legislatively, I live in Louisiana, what's going on in Texas for my pocket of Louisiana, that's what they're looking at for change, right? And that's kind of who they are mirroring in terms of the laws that they're setting. So for me, I think that if you have a little bit of patience, it's very easy to learn, but the state indicates what is going to happen to you directly. Yeah, the federal government does, but I think that the state legislatures, that's going to be my banner. I'm going to fly the flag of watching that legislation, reading that legislation, seeing what they are doing, because that is what has an immediate impact on your life.
Definitely. And my banner is definitely home ownership, because they now are coming to attack the programs that help people with the nonprofits. And I am personally involved with those. I teach at a lot of nonprofit organizations where people go and they have a whole class all day long. They learn everything. They get a lender before they get me, then they get me. And then we talk about what happens before and after. And they are cutting the programs now for that money to be used for these nonprofit grants. And because of that, there have been many places that have had to get rid of half of their employees, and they no longer have the funds to help get your down payment assistance programs. So as you can see, that's just 3 banners that we've talked about in this little hour show, right? But we have so many other banners to pick up, and we are really depending on you to pick up a banner, and don't just sit back and complain, because you can complain all day long and nothing will happen. So Deborah says, policy and procedures, the focus should be what we need as human beings and not people's personal agendas. And that is exactly what we are seeing today. Now, listen, I do want to get back a little bit about, these businesses that we're supporting. Now, as I've mentioned, that Costco is a private company, but I also read this weekend that a huge company that has always taken a stand against government is Ben and Jerry's. Ben & Jerry's has always been like, F the police, right? Like they've just been like, no, we're going to stand with all communities. I call them my little hippie company, but they do it in such a way that I truly enjoy them. Let me tell you, I'm going to have to give them a shameless plug. If you ain't tried the Netflix and chill, go get it. But guess what happened with them? They are also a private company, and they fired one of the CEOs because they do not want him to continue the way that they've been continuing about, like, speaking up about things. And it's going to be very, very interesting to watch what happens with them, because they are one of the few that have always and never wavered on how they help. But let's check out if this is even legal or not. We got a video we want you to see, and then I want to hear your thoughts.
A coalition of 19 Republican state attorneys general are pressuring Costco to drop its DEI policies. The Trump administration has accused diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives as inherently divisive, and they're coming hard after anyone who promotes them. But Costco is a private company. It's responsible to its shareholders, not necessarily Donald Trump. Those shareholders overwhelmingly voted by 98% that they wanted to keep those DEI policies. So now these attorneys general, led by Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton, are demanding that Costco explain whether they will eliminate their DEI program or provide a thorough explanation as to why they will not. Now, you might be wondering, if these attorneys general are so upset about the DEI program, why are they sending a letter? Why not just file a lawsuit? The honest answer is Costco promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion is not illegal, not yet at least. In fact, removing those programs could very well be a violation of the Equal Employment Opportunity Act, which is still law. So in a weird way, the coalition is accusing Costco of breaking the law while asking them to break the law. I'm a workers' rights lawyer. I'm keeping you up to date.
So we breaking the law. They ask you to break the law. Don't break the law. Now break the law. Now, if what's going to happen if you break the law? Mom, what does that sound like to you?
It sounds like, the chaotic moment that we are living in. It sounds like Jackie Robinson getting scrubbed from the World War II archives. It sounds like the Enola Gay, which famously is the plane that dropped the bombs in Japan and turned the war around for the United States. This heroic thing, but because because ignorant people have classified DEI in an algorithm, the Enola Gay has been scrubbed from those archives, right? So it just sounds like exactly what's going on. It's silly stuff. And if this were the Biden administration trying to tell a private company who the CEO should be, how you should run your company, what types of programs you should put your money and your funding into, there's no way in hell that those companies would, if every private letter would have been released, everybody would have been holding press conferences, right? So I think it says a lot about these companies that are succumbing to this pressure, that they believe this anyway. This is already how they want to be rocking. This is like a sense of relief to them, that they don't have to have this, hire these weirdo people that do this DEI training, right? It works for them, but then they get to say, oh, it just was pressure from the administration. We don't want no trouble. That's the same thing people said in the 60s for the civil rights era, right? Those are the same things that companies, Woolworth and all these other companies that held on to Jim Crow segregation, it is exactly what they were saying. We don't want no trouble. We just like everything the way it is. We're just a business. We're just trying to make money. No, you're just trying to be down with the wrong side of history, and you're going to get outed and you're going to lose a lot of money as a result.
I totally agree. I feel like, they've been at the Thanksgiving dinner trying to hold their belts in, and now that they done had their feast, they can let loose the pants so that they can pop out and let their belly swell a little bit, and then still have a reason for that. Well, it was just Thanksgiving dinner, so it worries me. The world worries me. We have so many things to fight. And every time we turn around and look, it's something new. And I mean, like every day we have about 15 things that come out and slap us upside the head that we weren't anticipating or didn't expect. And never in my whole life would I have thought that our country would be going down here. But then again, when has our country ever been on board? I think we got lulled into thinking that everything was okay. But once people got angry, let's face it, it all goes back to Obama. How dare you let that black man be a president in our country? And now we're feeling the backlash of that. Speaking of that, I want to also let you know that they are getting their unfunding his presidential library. Anything that they can do, they want to get rid of us in any kind of way. Not only that, they're unfunding.
Are they unfunding all the libraries, or is it just the 40?
Just that one. Just that one. Just that one. And anything that has to do with Black, they're unfunding. So anything that we've done with the civil rights movement, with Martin Luther King, they are unfunding all that. Now, there was a public outcry about that, and so the funding is still there for like the historic bus station and things like that were there. But you better bet that was just temporary. And also, America's Up for Sale. They sold over 1,000 $5 million visas to people outside of America. And you know which people they are bringing to our country. They have said it very clear. I'm pretty sure the Tate brothers are involved with that. I'm pretty sure that the South African white people will have the funds to come over and do that too. Meanwhile, they're denying Americans who travel abroad back into our country. I just wanted to put things in perspective with you, because the smaller thing that we are talking about is our money. We're talking about how powerful that is, but that's just one little marble in the bigger game of the world. So when I say pick your poison, you need to make sure you pick something that is very, very important to you and then fight for it. Because you are worth it, our community is worth it, and our nation is worth it, period. I don't want to see my nation burn to the ground, but it's definitely doing that now. I'm going to take a deep break, Marlo. I think I got on a soapbox and I didn't really mean to do that, but yes, I did. All right. So listen, we've talked about a lot today. So I would like to know your final thoughts on what we've talked about today and where we can find you, Marlo.
So my final thought is support who supports you. Support the entities, support the programs, support the organizations that are in alignment with your personal ministry, right? It don't have to be what's in alignment with mine. Just don't be walking out of alignment with yourself is what I'm saying. So think about that as you participate in this $2 trillion of African American dollar spending. Think about that before you walk into a restaurant that you know you've had a bad situation with, and you go back, right? Before you come and crying to me that Houston still won't seat you, even though they hadn't seated you the last 2 or 3 times that you were there. Choose wisely. Maybe every scene is not for you. Maybe that's the lesson that we're being taught in this time, is that every scene is not for every person. Pick your scene, be on that scene, support that scene, help it thrive. If you're looking for me, if you need personal thriving, you can contact me at the Marlo Group. That is what I specialize in. I want to help you expose your business to the people that want it, to the people that need it, to the people that deserve your time, energy, and effort. I want to help you get the back end of your website as tight and right as the front end presentation is, to make sure that you let all of the bots and the goblins and the internet distributors know that you are out there, you're ready to do business, and you are looking for people that are like-minded individuals ready to work and support you in a meaningful way. That's all I got.
I can't agree any more than that. You know what? It's all about what you choose to do. You have to start with yourself. But listen, Marlo is also on a beautiful journey. Y'all can tell, look, every time she come on, she just glowing a little bit harder. Face is all, I'm like, she going away, y'all. She going away. Marlo, tell us a little bit about your health journey so that people can follow you on that too.
So right now I am embarking on our journey to participate in an amateur bodybuilding competition. I will be, if the Lord says the same, I will be in the wellness category, the amateur wellness category. The competition is in May. Please support me, y'all. I'm not eating much salt. I'm not eating any salt. I'm not eating any sugar. The food don't taste good. I'm a New Orleans girl. I'm suffering in silence, but my body is coming together real nicely. I feel really good. I feel flexible and strong and healthy. And as I am compiling these tips, you can follow me on Instagram at Marlo. That is my name, forward, backward, and underscore on the end. And I, at some point, will share some of what I have learned along this journey to help you embark on your own journey as well.
I love it, Marlo. I'm so proud of you. I've lost 135 pounds and I'm in my 4th year of maintaining. I gained a little bit back due to depression with my sisters, but I'm getting it back off. And when you came on early in the year and said that's what you were doing, it gave me another deep breath to say, you know what? I see Marlo doing it. I can do it too. I can get this few pounds off. And I want you to know that you've been an inspiration to me. And so I am back on track. I got my 7 miles in today. I'm trying to get 7 miles in every day, and I may still have a little short and I have a cheat day, but I always think about you, Marlo. So we're very proud of you. Now listen, here's my final thoughts. I don't care which banner you pick up, as long as you pick up one, because you cannot, and I've said this before, you cannot just sit back on your laurels and just complain. That does nothing. That does not move us forward. And this out of all times, I need you to stop worrying about Susie Q and worrying about Sister Joan wearing them purple shoes. I let her wear her purple shoes. You go and find something else that is important to you if you don't want to be in her group, okay? If you don't want to be in the purple shoe group, go find the orange group, okay? But get in somewhere, because we are worth it. Our country is worth it. The world is watching, y'all. The world is watching. And you're not seeing what they are saying because they're stifling that. So understand that the world is watching and they're taking steps to make sure that they are protecting their own. And they are now shaking their head at America going, but America used to be. And that is a very dangerous thing. So research that information for yourself. You can find me at www.laurakey.net. If you're thinking of moving abroad, I have a beautiful quiz for you that'll help you decide on, hey, where am I in this process? You can say it, but where are you in the process? And it's going to help you start thinking the right way so that you can be able to move abroad. But here's my thing I'm going to push today. I got lots of merch, y'all. I got a lot of merch of the things that I say on this show. And it's on my website as well, www.laurakey.net. Go do that. Now, listen, this has been a great show. We really appreciate you. We appreciate every last one of you who are here today. We've had great conversations. I want to say thank you to Linda C. White. We also want to say thank you to Deborah, Dr. Vibe, Ida. We had Karen. We also had Big Mac. We had Dominique. We had Natalia Crawford and Linda Veal. I like to always shout you guys out because, see, if we didn't have you, we wouldn't have a show. Right. And we appreciate and understand that your time is valuable, but you came to spend some time with us today. So today we dove into two very different but equally important stories. On one hand, we've got H&M trying to buy out a Black brand's voice. And on the other, a powerful movement to support a company that's doing the right thing. Whether it's a boycott or a buycott, the message is clear. Our money, our $2 trillion money has power, and it's up to us to decide where it goes. So I want to say thank you to my partner today. We hung it out today, Marlo, just me and you, just a girlfriend chat with our people.
Just a girlfriend chat on a Monday, honey.
On a Monday. We didn't let nothing stop us. So thank you for being here with me, Marlo. I always love what you have to say. Listen, guys, keep your dollars working for you and always make sure that your voice is heard. So until next time, which would be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, stay informed and stay powerful. Peace out. Bye.
House flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a gold builder that could teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you. You get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all psychology black on firm, but we ain't all black.
What's up, everybody? It is your girl, your friend, your favorite wealth activist, Constance Carter. You know I got to do this thing on my phone every day because this damn stream don't be acting right. Okay, I think I almost got it. I wish I had. I don't know what to be going on. I wish I had this down packed so it'll automatically do what I needed to do so I could look like I'm prepared. But what's up, everybody? It's your girl Constance Carter, your favorite wealth activist. How are you guys today? I am so happy to be here as always. I'm glad to have a roof over my head, y'all, for real, because I'm going to share a personal story with you that is actually actively happening to me. When we talk about the new redlining, I'm going to tell you a story. I'm going to tell you what's going on in my life, how somebody's trying to steal my black wealth. But the bigger picture is how they've been getting away with this. And I need you to tell people. I really need you to tell people about this because this is real, real serious. Let's see, do I have all my? Oh, shoot. Okay. This is real, real serious because they are stealing black wealth all over the place, and it is not a game. So before we even get started, I need you to go and share this with everybody you know. I'm about to put you up on some stuff that's really happening in real life. And I don't know. It's happening to me for some reason. I think it's happening to me because I think I'm supposed to get the word out. Like, I am so passionate about building black wealth. And it's like, okay, when this first happened to me, I was like, God, why is this happening to me? Like, I just want to buy a house and get my kids in here and just be done with it. And I really felt like there was a reason why this would happen to me. And so, when I got in my house, I got comfortable and everything. And I didn't forget all about it. All right, well, I got to fix up this house. I got to do this. I got to do that. And I forgot about the process of what I was supposed to be doing. And then something came up
last Wednesday, right when I was preparing to come online, something popped up. And then, so I've been dealing with this since last week, but it's something that really needs to be heard. It's something that really needs to be shared. There's something going on with my streets. It's something that really needs to be shared because if we don't get a handle on this, tons of people, you guys have, their wealth has been stolen. Their Black wealth has been stolen. And we need to get it back. Hold on a sec. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get access one of my streams because this actually goes out on like 8 different platforms. And so I just need to make sure everybody who needs to see this sees this because it's really important. Now, but before we get into that, y'all, let me see. We got Instagram up. We got Instagram up. Y'all on Instagram too. If you're watching from Instagram, that's cool, but I can't put your comments on the screen like on YouTube and Facebook and even LinkedIn. So if you're on Instagram, that's cool. But if you can go over to my YouTube page to I Am Constance Carter, because I'm gonna give you an opportunity to ask me questions live. So it'll be a live Q&A, and then I can also post your comments on the screen too. If you want to go over to my YouTube channel, that's where everybody's kind of hanging out at. We're on Dr. Boyce's YouTube channel. We're on the Fly Nubian Queen YouTube channel, and we're on I Am Constance Carter YouTube channel. Of course, my Facebook pages as well. So if you want to come over there too, and again, make sure you share this because this information is really important. This could change your life. This is what's is actually ruining a lot of Black wealth that's going on out there. And I'm sounding the alarm on what's happening in 2025, the new redlining. This is real new redlining where they're stealing Black wealth. Y'all, this is real serious. So before we get started, as you know, I love to shout people out. So wherever you're watching from, I want to shout you out. So put your where you're from in the comments. What's up, lovely JR from Seattle, Washington? Who else we got? Sunshine Diaz from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Miss Sophia, these are my regulars that be on here every single day. So I appreciate your loyalty. Miss Sophia from Stockton, California. Who else we got on here? What's up, Tamara? Tamara, or is that Tamara? From South Carolina. Who else we got? What's up, Anita from the DMV? Yes, let's get informed. Yes. All right, who else we got on here? Who else we got? And while you're doing this, I see you, Karen from the Bronx. While we're doing that also, y'all, I also need you. What's up, Tangela? What's up, Tangela? I also need you to, for if you have a Black business, if you're getting ready to have a Black business, what's up, James Higgs? If you're getting ready to have a Black business, I need you to put your Black business, or if you know of a Black business, put them in the comments because I want to always make sure that we recognize Black-owned businesses, because if we don't recognize or if we don't do business with Black people, nobody else is going to do business with Black people like Black people do. And so it's